Charlie Kirk hate.
I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage. I refuse to fly. Yesterday was not. As I speak, there is a concerted effort to turn him into a martyr, to weaponize his death as a justification for right-wing violence, without the public really being truly aware of who this man was and the horrific things that he stood for. Charlie Kirk's death isn't a tragedy because we lost one of the good ones. It's a tragedy because of what it represents for American democracy and the dark times that are to come. Because Charlie Kirk was one of the worst stains on the reputation of my country. I don't say this to be tactless. This is a man who called Martin Luther King awful and not a good person, stating that the passage of the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake.
We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. And the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
He sowed division wherever he went. He promoted conspiracy theory garbage like the Great Replacement Theory, which states that rather than white people being able to live in harmony with other races, minorities are plotting to replace us. He promoted 2020 election fraud conspiracies so effectively that despite them being repeatedly proven false in court by Trump's own appointed justices, millions of Americans still believe them to this day. During the pandemic, even as Trump's own administration was pumping billions of dollars into Operation Warp Speed, attempting to rapidly create and test a vaccine, rather than taking this emergency as an opportunity to help unite America, he turned on doctors and spread pseudoscientific misinformation and anti-vax conspiracy theories, calling vaccine mandates medical apartheid. He organized COVID-19 skepticism campaigns on college campuses, which he painted as exercises in critical thinking, but in reality, they were super spreader events where unvaccinated attendees caught the deadly virus and breathed their last breath from a ventilator weeks later, separated from their families. He painted gun deaths as inevitable, and as the bodies piled up, creeping into the thousands during Trump's first term, as children bled out, gripping the hands of their parents in hospital beds around the nation, he nonchalantly stated that gun deaths are an unfortunate but acceptable cost of preserving the Second Amendment. And as LGBT kids across America struggled to come to terms with their identity and faced bullying and religious discrimination, leading to the highest rates of suicide of any demographic, he fomented hatred towards trans people, further stigmatizing an already trampled on and vulnerable minority struggling to simply exist, falsifying statistics to paint them as the problem. Even up until his final breath, Charlie Kirk had blood on his hands. He defended the Israeli genocide in Gaza and downplayed Russia's violent invasion of Ukraine as merely a border dispute. And in response to skilled legal immigrants from India strengthening our economy, he stated that America doesn't need more visas for people from India, claiming that they would simply displace American workers. And while women with ectopic pregnancies bled out in hospital parking lots because their doctors were terrified of the new legal repercussions of performing life-saving abortions, Kirk, always the confident fool, touted that abortion was worse than the Holocaust.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
Listen how unhinged. Abortion is the Holocaust. It's worse. You know, this guy was uneducated. This guy was a college dropout. This guy didn't have any education or skills or anything else other than peddling lies and false information. And this guy now is being turned into a martyr for the right. The right, who hated this guy, they hated this guy, because the alt-right hate the Jews, and this guy loved the Jews. He kissed Netanyahu's ring every chance he had. This guy was a despicable human being who, who incited violence and ended up dying by violence, which was horrible. No person should be assassinated. No one should be shot. We don't believe that. We believe in gun control. We believe in giving people, mental health assistance. We believe in people living the life they want to live. If they want to be trans, if they want to change their gender, right? So what? How does it affect you? Why do you let someone who decides to be gay to affect you? Why do you become unhinged at such a minority group of individuals that have this feeling, right? Have this feeling and want to act on it. They feel like they're a woman, or they feel like they're a man, and they want to be more that. Who cares? Who really cares? But when you attack a small group that you cause more suicide in, more harm in, more death in, and then you come to a location where a guy who was trained by his MAGA father to shoot, who was raised in hate of that group, right? That would be his family. They taught him that to hate. And then he becomes conflicted in that hate because he loves someone who is what he was taught to hate. And then here comes someone to his community, to his conservative community, spewing this hate. The person who was trained MAGA, who was lied to as MAGA, ultimately reacts in a horrific way, in a way he shouldn't have reacted. But he was a white guy, right? Raised by, this is the facts, white dude, middle class, young male, right? Like all the other fucking shooters out there, conflicted because he was raised in a Christian right environment that raised him to hate other people. When you raise an environment to hate other people and then you become that other people, you become conflicted. It's simple psychology, right? You become conflicted. And then when you try to push your views like he did, apparently with his family, say, hey, these people aren't bad, these people aren't evil, they're just wanting to live their life. And you see the obtuse and the hatred in others, and then you see someone spewing hate, right, Daniel? One of your guys spewing hate, coming to a community spewing hate about someone you love, right? It's a classic, it's just a classic story of someone just had enough. I mean, he was caught, he was kicked out of his work because of that same hate, because he was seen kissing his roommate, right, at the Christmas party or something. So he was pushed out over that, lost his job. He was conflicted. He was alienated. And here becomes a target for all of the things that he felt. Here comes a target. Charlie Kirk, the despicable, the inhuman, the fake Christian Charlie Kirk. He was a fucking fake Christian. He used the Bible as a weapon to justify his hate. That's who Charlie Kirk was. He was, and if you take a moment, if you're a Christian and you listen to the words of Charlie Kirk, everything I'm saying is factual, right? Everything I'm saying is par. This individual was not a Christian. He pretended to be a Christian. And that's the thing is, these Christian nationalists, these extremists aren't Christian. They're no different than Al-Qaeda. They're no different than ISIS. They're radicalized. They believe, for example, listen.
not.
and said that if his 10-year-old daughter was raped, he would force her to carry it to term.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, would you want her to go through that and carry her rapist baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's no, but it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. You want your child to go through that, and then instead of giving her, the morning after pill, instead of just dealing with it so the girl would not have to deal with it, you would force. And that's even against the Bible. The Bible says that a baby isn't viable, if I'm correct, until its birth. That the mother has more rights than the baby, than the child, right? The fetus. You can't fucking go. Let's see here. What the fuck are they doing? All right, there you go.
Okay.
Have a good day. Is that a teacher? What's your teacher sitting there? Is he watching the traffic? What's he doing?
That's my teacher, my homeroom teacher.
He's your homeroom teacher?
What is he doing there?
He's watching. All right. Have a good day. All right. Hey, Mikey, you need these? There you go. It's dry.
Thank you.
All right. So,
Of Americans struck.
I got to see my son's homeroom teacher sitting there. On there. Yeah, I mean, you guys need to go do some research on Charlie Kirk, dude. Don't fall for this garbage that somehow he is some angel. He wasn't an angel. And I love how he gets destroyed.
Pay rent. Kirk's solution to the housing crisis was to put more people in prison.
I said, honestly, we should be much tougher on crime. We need more people in jail. We need more arrests.
America!
More people in jail, more arrests for being homeless, right? That's what Charlie Kirk. Public executions. Charlie Kirk. Let's just have public executions, right? You guys believe in public executions? Who believes it? I'm just curious. Which of you maggots in here believes in public? Seriously, which of you dumb fucks, right? Which of you dumb fucks believes that public execution? We should start hanging people, decapitating people, right? Electrocuting whatever. Which one? 100%. Look at this guy. 100%. Fucking Nazis. This shit's Nazi, right? Peter, 100% you believe. I'm curious, Peter, why do you believe in public execution? Why do you believe in public execution? I'm curious, Peter. Why do you believe in 100%? I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand these crazy motherfuckers in my chat. All right? Maybe Trump should have his gonads. Like maybe Trump, for being a pedo, they should wrap us. I'd be for this, right, guys? Listen, Trump put a fucking string around his fucking penis and testicle and hang him until the shit just snaps off. I'd be for that. For people who are best friends with pedos, people who are best friends with pedos, people who hang out with pedos, what do you say that? When we put a string around Trump's gonads, his fucking testicles and penis, and then slowly lift him through the tree, right? What do you think? What do you think, Peter? You like that? What do you think? We should do that to fuckers that fly on the Epstein plane, right? Public execution. Right, you can't. What do you think? What do you think? Take a string, wrap it around Trump's fucking junk, and then hoist him for being a fucking pedo lover. Hang out with Epstein for 15 years, writing that nasty, drawing that picture of that girl, right? Wishing that every day, a girl gets raped and molested. That's what Trump wanted. I hope every day is a wonderful secret. The secret is raping and molesting girls. What do you think, guys? You go for that? Or you think you like that? Should we do that to Trump since you want public? So, what, Penny? How am I crazy? That's what Charlie Kirk called for. This is your guy. Listen to this guy. This is what he called for. Listen to your unhinged motherfucker. Listen to Kirk, the unhinged motherfucker.
On crime. We need more people in jail. We need more arrests.
America has more prisoners than any country on earth, and one of the highest per capita rates. If you believe that this is the land of the free, I've got a rude awakening for you. But when asked by policymakers what his top recommendation was for the Republican Party, he stated that
We do not have enough people in jail in this country.
this was a community college dropout influencing top Republican lawmakers. He believed that university was a scam, and the only good reason for women to go to it was to find a husband.
I'm Addie, and I'm 14. I'm a freshman in high school.
I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree.
MRS.
No, seriously. And just be clear, that's why you're going to college, right? Don't lie to yourself, I'm studying sociology. No, you're not. We know why you're here. And that's okay. I say college is a scam, but if you're going to find your life partner, that's actually a really good reason to go to college. Yeah, you could go learn some stuff. That's fine.
He thought college was a scam because he's a dropout. He was a dumb fuck. Couldn't get through college. Dumb fuck. Couldn't get through college. He dropped out. He couldn't even get it through. He couldn't even get through fucking community college. He was a fucking dumb fuck. Charlie the dumb fuck Nazi, right? That's what he was. Nothing more than that, right? Nothing more than a dumb fuck Nazi, right? Who was, unfortunately, killed by one of his own. Someone raised by a right-wing family. Someone trained to shoot by a right-wing family. Someone who used their grandfather's gun. That was grandfather's gun. We found out. The gun he used was granddad's. His father gave him granddad's gun, and so granddad's gun killed Charlie. Granddad's gun. I wonder how granddad feels about that. God damn, use my gun to kill another person, right? I mean, he took the shit literally. It's unfortunate. Sausage, egg muffin, cheese muffin, setto de. Orange juice. Moichiro tampi. Hi. Arigato. You know, it's granddad's the gun, World War II gun. Dude, I wonder how many Nazis that gun killed. Dude, I bet that gun killed a few Nazis. What do you think? God damn, he got one more Nazi. That's shame, dude. Shame. Right? Really shame. But, arigato. Yeah, apparently look, John, apparently the scope, dude. That scope, dude. It was used as intended. That gun was designed, for shooting Nazis, right? Shit happens. Oh. They are pissed off. Now they hate freedom of speech. They hate freedom of speech. They hate people. They're doxing people who are pointing out the fact that gun was used to kill Nazis. It was granddad's gun. Now you're going to be all upset, right? The gun was used to kill Nazis. Kirk was a 1933 Nazi. What Kirk was saying is what the Nazis were saying in 1933. Fact, right? They wanted to imprison more people. They wanted to, do away with unions. They wanted to, all the shit that's going on right now, take away due process. That's what Kirk wanted, take away due process, Public executions. That shit. Kirk wanted public executions. Listen.
Or whatever. Just don't listen to your professors.
Charlie Kirk had no formal education in political science or sociology or criminology, and despite the US having a heavily militarized, needlessly violent police force, which already has tragically higher rates of police shooting than any other developed country on earth, Kirk proposed that we get tougher on crime and bring back public executions.
In fact, I even think that we should bring back, public executions on certain people. No.
This was not a champion of free speech.
Public execution.
This was one of the most vile mouthpieces of America's dark.
What certain people do you think he meant? What do you think he meant? Who do you think he meant? He meant black people, right? The guy was a fucking racist. Public execution on certain people. I think we should have public castration for pedos, right? For pedos. I think Trump needs to be publicly fucking castrated. That motherfucker needs a cord wrapped around his junk and hung to a tree until his fucking junk snaps off. What do you think, guys? 100%. That's Charlie Kirk for you. But you say I'm unhinged saying that shit, dude. Don't you think anyone who hangs out with a pedo for 15 years, goes to every one of his fucking parties, right? Is being accused by 20 women, has to pay $100 million for his abuse? Don't you think that they should be hung by their junk until it snaps off? Let's get Trump out there. Let's get that motherfucker hung by his junk. This is a comedy show, guys. Don't take it seriously. I'm a comedian. I'm here doing comedian. Just like Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't have Arby's in her pants, she literally has Arby's in her pants. She literally does. According to the other MAGA. The other MAGA. When she was in her, did you hear that? Marjorie Taylor Greene actually has Arby's in her pants. Literally, Arby's are in her pants, right? You guys love ass. Now, when I say ass, I'm not talking about anus. No, I'm talking about the donkey. MAGA loves ass. You guys love ass. The hairy donkey, that's called an ass. You guys love it. You like to ride it, get up on it, right? You're all like in the closet. But I literally mean ass. I don't mean the anus. I mean the animal. Ass. Ass is an animal. You motherfuckers love ass. You love so much ass, you're always fucking fixated on the ass. That's what you are. Ass lovers, right? Nothing wrong with loving ass. The problem is when you're in denial of loving ass and you can't help yourself, right? And you start doing crazy shit because of your love of ass. Literal. Just like it's Arby's, I'm talking about ass. The literal ass. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Look at the advanced roads we have in Japan. USA. Yeah, absolutely America. What does USA mean to you there, Z? Z, I'm curious. When you say USA, what does that mean to you? What does USA mean to you? Look at Ryan. We got a pedo in the chat. Look at Ryan. His first thought is of his pedo. Projecting his pedo in the chat. Ryan, dude, you gotta get some help, brother. Ryan, get some help. Ryan, the pedo, we got a pedo in here. And the first thing on Ryan's mind is fucking molesting kids. Oh shit, Ryan. Oh, Ryan. Come on, Ryan. Fuck shit, Ryan. Poor Ryan. Ryan. Are you a pedo? You protect Trump and all the billionaires? You want to keep Clinton out of jail, right? You want to keep that Clinton out of jail? That billionaire protecting those billionaires. Now, only breakfast. Only breakfast there. This is sausage, egg. Look at that. I love these guys, these things there. Look, sausage, egg. The only thing I eat in McDonald's really is breakfast. Everything else is fucking on McDonald's is, yeah, free range chickens probably. Probably Japanese pork. That's right. America needs to take the fucking... I agree with you there. I know, dude. Bud, you're right. I shouldn't eat it. I'm lazy. No, free range chickens right here. You're probably right, mister. Did you hear about the MAGA guy in rural Pennsylvania? Just murdered 3 police officers, killed 3 police officers, wounded 1. Did you guys hear about that MAGA dude? Rural Pennsylvania is MAGA. So there's a 99% chance that motherfucker was MAGA. Kyle Rittenhouse. Why do you like dumb fucks? Zang. Look, Zang. Peter, you're a piece of shit. I'm not going to read your comments. You're not worth my time. That was a MAGA dude. MAGA dude. Didn't like being served a warrant. Why? Why should his trans lover be in jail? Why? Why should the trans lover be in jail? Al Bundy as a father. Interesting comment. Sorry, guys. I'm sitting here at a corner just eating. I never really watched Married with Children. Probably, Jerry. Yeah. He didn't like, we're just going to get more violence. Don't be coming to my house with no warrant. He's a MAGA guy with a gun. What happened to... Pissed off. What happened to Zane? Zaylen, Smite, if you're... Hold on. Fucking A, dude. The guy's a comedian, pissed off. He's a comedian.
Underbelly, spewing absolute toxic filth. And yet, he was one of the most influential people in the nation, rubbing shoulders with the president and helping sway an election that's led to the downfall of democracy and the installment of a convicted felon and accused pedophile in the White House. Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, hired over 1,000 employees who swayed hundreds of thousands of voters. He helped roll back LGBT rights, voting rights, immigration rights, and for the first time in history, our daughters will have fewer rights than their grandmothers. Yeah. In his short life, Charlie Kirk managed to do more damage and more harm than almost any other American in the last 50 years. And yet, his death was quickly politicized as a tragedy. Trump announced that he would posthumously give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor a civilian can receive. I'm sorry, but are we all just going to forget the abhorrent way that Trump treated an actual war hero, John McCain, and the way that he responded to his death? Oh, and Trump also declared that the flag should be flown nationwide at half-mast for 4 days. When 2 Democratic legislators in Minnesota were shot, they received callous indifference from the president. There were over 140 school shootings in the U.S. in Trump's first term alone. Do you know how many times he flew the flag at half-mast for them? Twice. This is disgraceful. Hundreds, even thousands of firearm deaths are merely unfortunate statistics. So I'm sorry that I'm not shedding a tear over the man who said,
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a call.
Excuse me, how many languages do you speak?
I speak 3 languages, English, Spanish, and French.
Okay, let's test that. ¿Qué hace normalmente los domingos?
Duermo hasta tarde, de Siena.
Cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
school shootings are almost...
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
School shoot...
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
School shooting statistics. So this is disgraceful. Hundreds, even thousands of firearm deaths are merely unfortunate statistics. So I'm sorry that I'm not shedding a tear over the man who said,
No,
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
school shootings are almost uniquely an American problem. But Charlie Kirk presented a false dichotomy. You can either have freedom or you can give up your guns. As if every free democracy has citizens armed to the teeth. And as if we couldn't at least enact some sensible gun control laws. The biggest tragedy about Charlie Kirk's death was his wasted potential. Here was a bright, capable young man with resources and serious drive who could have accomplished so much good. And instead, he spread Handmaid's Tale levels of theocratic dystopia. And had he actually read his Bible rather than simply using it as a prop to bludgeon those he looked down on, he might have taken a warning from Christ that those who live by the sword will die by the sword. Charlie successfully advocated for the establishment of a fascist regime. The American people have been thoroughly stripped of their rights, watching oligarchs take control of the country. He convinced hundreds of thousands of impoverished Americans to vote against their best interests and for the interests of his organization's ultra-wealthy backers. We are watching our neighbors, many of them US citizens and legal residents, get rounded up, arrested, and held without warrant by masked Gestapo. 70% of us now live paycheck to paycheck and watch in horror as our healthcare coverage is slashed, while our tax dollars fund bombs which right now, as I speak, are being dropped on schools and hospitals in Gaza as part of an ethnic cleansing program by Charlie's friend Benjamin Netanyahu. So are we really surprised that when desperate people helplessly watching their freedoms erode and their very nation descend into a totalitarian theocracy, that there would be backlash? And somehow people are shocked by his specific death for...
Yeah. Well, I'll say I'm shocked. But, I thought it would have been an Israeli hit job or a far right wing. Not a star-crossed lover, gay lover, raised MAGA, dude in love with a transgender person, whose life, who was super smart, who had everything going for him, Even had granddad's World War II rifle, Mauser. That's the biggest thing, is that using that weapon that was used to kill Nazis on killing an American. Even though he's a despicable American, I think that was probably the greatest dishonor to that weapon. I bet his granddad was pretty disappointed. I bet his father, what do you think? His father's reflecting like, why did I teach my son to shoot? What did I do? I mean, think of I'm pretty sure that he's got to be, they got to be thinking, I mean, his son, the son in a family is held in such high regard. I think it was their only son. Right? His son. Think of how distraught he must be to think that his Y chromosome, is going to probably be executed. Right? His Y chromosome. The end of the MAGA Y chromosome of that family is going to end. What did Zhang do now? I'm playing with Fuentes was the class president of my cousin's high school class. Nick Fuentes. Yeah, Nick Fuentes. See, Zhang. Yeah, and Fuentes, all right, just clarify this, Zhang. Fuentes hated Charlie Kirk, correct? Fuentes hated Charlie Kirk. Fuentes hated Charlie Kirk, correct? Zhang, I want to hear you say it. I'm not gonna. My phone died on me. Had to get inside. Here. My phone died. God damn it. In my room. Do some coding. All right. What did he say? Fuentes, Fuentes hated Charlie Kirk. Get my get on my chair. See if we get this damn fucking shit working here today. We're looking for I reported you to the Japanese embassy. You will be kicked out of the country. Nice. Nice, buddy. I appreciate that. My job, I haven't worked in 10 years. Nazi. You're a Nazi. Crybaby, little Nazi, doesn't believe in freedom of speech, right? You understand that? Freedom of speech. You don't believe in First Amendment rights. You should leave America. You should be put in prison. They are, Peter. That's right. XRP. They're using XRP now, as of this year. That is true. All right, let's set this up. Let's start coding. Oh, Doge. Doge is long-term. Doge is a long-term, JS. That's a long-term closet homosexual that comes in and creeps on me. Yeah. Let's see. We're doing, hold on. We're doing Python. And it is main.py YouTube. All right. I got Windows 11 installed. Why did it just like it took off my Chrome? The fucker, you install Windows 11 and it makes your Chrome.
My position is that even hate speech should be completely and totally allowed in our country. I think that in a civil society, the best ideas will win as long as you have that marketplace. And here's the real issue. As soon as you shut up hate speech, those people only get more powerful. And this is the unintended consequence of censorship. You give more credence to the silenced person the moment you shut them up, because then they can play the victim and they say, they're trying to shut me up because I have something that everyone else wants and I'm a threat to them. No, you're not. You're just a fool. And those people have too much power. And so the minute that you start to enforce speech laws like they do in Europe based on specific political opinions, then you actually give credence to them. Let me be very clear. Bring your bad ideas publicly so decent people can cross-examine you, so we can see who you are, we can talk to you and convince the public otherwise. This is a hard argument for some young people to hear because they're like, it's so hateful, it's so awful, it deteriorates our country. No. Those ideas, if they spread, deteriorate our country. But good people will speak in opposition to them. My position is that even hate speech should be completely and totally allowed in our country. I think that in a civil society, the best ideas will win as long as you have that marketplace. And here's the real issue. As soon as you shut up hate speech, those people only get more powerful. And this is the unintended consequence of censorship. You give more credence to the silenced person the moment you shut them up, because then they can play the victim and they say, they're trying to shut me up because I have something that everyone else wants and I'm a threat to them. No, you're not. You're just a fool. And those people have too much power. And so the minute that you start to enforce...
This is a thermal fogger used for pest control. It sprays insecticide in the form of dense smoke to reach hidden areas like cracks, drains, and underground tunnels. When the operator directs the smoke into one hole, it travels through connected paths and exits from another, exposing the pest network and killing insects like cockroaches, termites, and mosquitoes that hide inside. This is a thermal fogger used for pest control. It sprays insecticide in the form of dense smoke to reach hidden areas like cracks, drains, and underground tunnels. When the operator...
My position is that even hate speech...
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done.
Should be deception, or by deception as a
the purpose should be to protect your people, which I think that's what the purpose of Mossad is, but I could be incorrect.
Now, unfortunately, I don't believe that is the purpose, because I see so much deception. If we look here, it's hard for people to even decide the truth on the matter of the conflicts over there, but also the truth on the matter domestically, to the point where we're fighting and having to kick people out of our campuses.
Got it. I got to get to the next question, but I'll look into that. Thank you very much.
And I look forward to raising a bunch of funds.
Let's do it. Let's get that rugby team to DC. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to say God bless you, Charlene. God bless everybody that you have out here working with you. I've seen them all with smiles on their faces the entire time, not a frown in the crowd.
Give it up for the Turning Point team. They do a great job.
Free speech is basically, there's a ton of free speech out there. We've probably never had as much free speech in terms of volume on the internet, on political platforms, demonstrations happening virtually on a weekly basis in the centre of London. The one today, organised by the far right. There's a counter one as well. But is the problem that actually the free speech has also become more and more hateful speech, and that's what people are reacting to?
Yeah, I mean, the free speech debate, other than the absolutists that believe in absolute free speech, which is a very small minority, has always been a question of where is the line between acceptable and unacceptable speech. And clearly in the age of social media, many people whose voices would have traditionally been marginalised throughout the whole post-war period because they were extreme, and as such they wouldn't have been allowed on television, they wouldn't have been platformed on the radio or given columns in newspapers. In the age of social media, the most extreme individuals in our society can now reach hundreds of thousands, or in many cases now even millions and millions of people. And so if the social media platforms, for example, do end up with an absolutist American-style attitude towards the First Amendment, like X under Elon Musk, then we do see very, very extreme voices reaching millions and millions of people in a way that was much more difficult some decades ago.
Okay, so for instance, an example, Charlie Kirk said lots of things that many people found very offensive, and he said lots of things that, you know, many more people probably agreed with. But one of the things, for instance, was, and I quote, "Islam is the sword with which the radical left is slicing the neck of America, cutting the throat of America." Is that hate speech or is that free speech?
Well, I mean, I preface all of this by saying no matter what he said, it is completely appalling what happened to him. There's never any excuse for political violence. But I think there's lots of people that have been talking about Charlie Kirk in the last week as though he was a relatively mainstream figure. We saw Boris Johnson talk about him as though he was espousing generally mainstream or just slightly conservative views. He espoused many, many extreme views that I think would sit comfortably in any academic definition of the far right, and regularly did cross the line into what would be deemed as hate speech, certainly under British definitions of it.
Right. And do you think that we are becoming Americanized in the sense that we're opening the door to speech that once upon a time would have been deemed unacceptable, both from the right and the left?
Yeah, I do actually, and I think this is just perhaps a symptom of us living in a globalized world in the digital age. But I think increasingly the free speech debate in Britain does look more American in style. And of course, in America, they have a very different tradition of free speech than we do, perhaps in Britain and large parts of Europe, which is they have the First Amendment. In many ways, that is the first right. It is the most fundamental right. Whereas I think traditionally in Britain, going back many, many decades or even hundreds of years, free speech, although very fundamental in Britain, has been one of a number of competing rights. And so people also have a right not to be attacked, not to be abused, not to be racially abused, etc. And those rights compete, and we have a discussion and a societal debate about where those lines should be. Increasingly, I feel we're shifting to a much more American style, where any discussion about putting parameters around acceptable and unacceptable speech in our society is somehow now criticised as a wild enemy of the free speech. We saw Nigel Farage coming along these sorts of lines when he addressed the American Senate recently in a committee about the Online Safety Act. These debates now have shifted fundamentally, where all of a sudden the universal attitude towards free speech is that there should be almost no parameters put around what's acceptable British society, is far more like the American debate than it was previously in the UK. And I think that comes with dangerous consequences, and we're seeing the result of that today, where we're very likely to see on the streets of London perhaps the largest ever far-right demonstration in British history, led by Tommy Robinson. And Tommy Robinson is a great example of a figure that, because he has been platformed by major social media platforms and been able to reach tens or hundreds of millions of people with his content over the years, he's having a radicalizing effect on sections of British society. And if you really believe in free speech, if you really believe that we should have a fundamentally public square on our social media, for example, then you have to understand that if you allow a completely laissez-faire attitude to what can be on that platform, then people self-censor. Women remove themselves from the platform because they don't want to receive death threats. People of colour in the Muslim community remove themselves from X because they are tired of getting racially abused every day. And you actually end up with far fewer voices, a less pluralistic debate. So ironically, the people that most demand free speech as this universal, vast, important right often end up creating debate which actually limits the number of voices that are involved.
From the New York Times, I'm Michael Barbaro. This is The Daily. On Tuesday, prosecutors in Utah brought formal charges against the man suspected of killing Charlie Kirk.
Count 1. Aggravated murder, a capital offense for intentionally or knowingly causing the death of Charlie Kirk under circumstances.
Vowed to pursue the maximum penalty under the law.
I am filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. I do not take this to...
Free speech is basically, there's a ton of free speech out there. We've probably never had as much.
Just for the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Charlie Kirk under the following circumstances. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty.
Well, Tyler Robinson, the suspect in the killing of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, had his first court appearance today. And as you just heard, he is facing the death penalty. And I want to get into the very specific charges he's facing. But before we do that, I think it's worth talking a little bit about what we heard from the Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who has officially revealed some of the political motives of Charlie Kirk's alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, while giving some more insight into his motive. Take a look at this.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented.
Yeah, he was a gay man, right? Living a secret life with a gay, living together with a gay man. So of course, right, you become what you are around. So it doesn't mean, it means that he was in love with a man. That's why. It's fucking pretty simple shit. And there's nothing wrong with that. So of course he's going to be more pro his, his situation. Posting should be in a module. fucking vibe coding just...
Violent offense in the presence of a child. And
contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson
did not want to turn himself into the...
In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate.
He did. Kirk did spread hate. I've documented, right? Right? Let's find it.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Dystopia warning, obviously. Now, it's not very often that I veer into American politics because, let's face it, things are mental enough in Britain. However, it's pretty difficult to ignore, not least because of the graphic snuff films that are circulating, the murder of far-right activist Charlie Kirk in Utah yesterday. I want to make a really important point right at the very beginning of this video. I don't condone political violence. I don't condone people being murdered. No. But I think it's really important to acknowledge, in terms of the aftermath and the response to this, that there is an awful amount of hypocrisy going on. Kirk was essentially a white supremacist. They call it Christian nationalist nowadays. White colonial powers...
A white supremacist is a Nazi. Kirk was a Nazi. He was building the Nazi youth, period, right? 1933 Nazi. Not the 1939 Nazi that started killing people. Let me be very clear. When I call MAGA Nazis, I'm referring to Nazis in 1933. No other time, right? Next year, they're Nazis 1934.
Built their empires on violence, land theft, forced labor, murders, slavery. Then they called the outcome civilization. And when that same violence was turned around on them, they referred to it as barbarism. Violence, it seems, is only legitimate when it serves the most powerful people, i.e. white, rich people. If you build an order on domination, then those who are affected by it are going to inevitably resist. And today we are seeing the very same pattern. When politicians scapegoat minorities, when conspiracies about replacement theories are pushed, when politicians scapegoat migrants, when culture wars spread fear and suspicion, they're all fueling the same cycle. That rhetoric breeds hatred, and hatred breeds desperate responses. Violence is never the answer, but you can't spend years stoking fear and rage and suspicion and paranoia and then act shocked when people respond to the climate that you created. Now, understand that not everyone's going to be aware of who Charlie Kirk was and what he stood for. And I also understand that it's perfectly acceptable to have a nuanced, varied view on this. You can think that political violence is not acceptable and that it's a very poor response to someone that you disagree with and condemn that. On the other hand, you can also be forgiven for not really feeling anything and not feeling any empathy for someone that spent his life making the lives of other people difficult, and a life that showed very little empathy for a range of people, from gay people to women to people of colour. I'm going to go through some of the things that Charlie Kirk was known for. He wasn't just a podcaster. He wasn't just a commentator. He was an extremist. Why? Because of the rhetoric, apocalyptic framing, racist conspiracies, anti-LGBT plus and misogynistic framing, and also his role in election denialism. His relationship with Trump was extremely close, and he was essentially Trump's youth movement propagandist, turning campuses into breeding grounds for MAGA politics and staying loyal after January the 6th. And this was done via Turning Point USA, which was essentially a radicalisation scheme for the youth. Their big sell was that the left is ruining your life. It was very anti-feminist, anti-migrants, included climate change denial. And they essentially framed rebellion as siding with the far right. Why did they do this? Because the right knew that it couldn't get by relying on the votes of the old forever. So they started targeting the young. They did this via kind of like meme warfare, you know, targeting young people on TikTok. That's why a lot of young people are aware of who Charlie Kirk is. They were his target audience. And they did this by framing themselves as like an outsider voice to appeal to younger viewers that might be disillusioned by the reality of having hard right governments. And the problem is with this is that it pushes people directly into the radicalisation pipeline. A 17-year-old might start watching a Charlie Kirk or a Farage rant on TikTok and end up deep in the conspiracy pipeline within a very short amount of time because of the way that the algorithms work. And what we've got here is a crossover between Turning Point UK, Turning Point USA, and Reform. Reform are doing exactly the same thing because they don't have any original ideas whatsoever. And that's precisely why you've seen Farage coming out with a gushing tribute. The same Farage that's been pictured with rapist Conor McGregor and accused sex trafficker and rapist Andrew Tate. Because the veil of Christianity, traditional values, conservatism were used as a way to subjugate the rights of women and roll back the rights of trans people, gay people, people of colour, which kind of also hooks into that whole trad wife trend that we've seen. Very subtle ways for them to recruit and radicalise younger people into the far right. And not just that, when you look at it closely, the funding models are similar too. Reform UK, a right-wing populist party led by Nigel Farage in terms of donors, well, they're importing Trump-style tactics there, seeking big donors, hiding donations in crypto, which covers up all that foreign interference. Hard targeting and money being poured into TikTok and other social media outlets, using think tanks that are actually not think tanks, but they're just mates or activists for reform, pretending to be credible think tanks. Turning Point UK did it more directly. GB News is essentially an experiment for the kind of extreme so-called news channels that you see in America. Reform and Turning Point UK are essentially trying to clone what Kirk, what Turning Point USA were doing. They want to claim the youth vote. Let's take a look at some of the things that Charlie Kirk said, shall we? And let's start off with the sexist statements. He made many comments about birth control, women's attractiveness, women's rights. He said birth control made women angry and bitter. He said that females over the age of 30 aren't attractive in the dating pool, and suggested that young women were suffering because they were focusing on work rather than having families. This is 1950s level shit. He promoted a model where women should see men as protectors and leaders, which marginalised women's autonomy and our diversity of purposes as entire human beings, not just fucking breeders. He condemned being gay at its very core by quoting Leviticus. He had opposition to gender-affirming care. He described progressive sexual or gender-based policies as sexual anarchy. And what about the racism? He once said, and I quote, "If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, is he qualified." He called George Floyd, the murdered black man, a scumbag. He denied that there was any such thing as white privilege and made many comments about the Great Replacement theory, the conspiracy that, you know, certain demographics are being replaced, mostly white people, by brown and black people. He said it wasn't just a theory, but it's a reality. It's okay to have a nuanced opinion on this. Someone's opinion on this is nuanced. Things aren't black and white, and we're falling into black and white thinking more and more nowadays. You can't summarise your views on Charlie Kirk in a tweet, although the same people being attacked today for expressing any form of opinion on Charlie Kirk are the very people that he targeted and the very people that would be most at risk under a far-right government. Because this guy was instrumental in getting what most people broadly assume now is a paedophile and rapist into the White House. In fact, as Charlie Kirk was unfortunately facing this incident, not only was there an active shooting taking place on a campus in Colorado, but Trump's government were doing their very best to hide the release of the Epstein files. Kirk died as a consequence of the very gun laws that he defended, and his entire platform relied on radical messaging, authoritarian approaches, the same that cultivates a feeling of fear and panic and suspicion, and the kind that might prompt extremism as a retaliation. Does that mean that he deserved to face what he did? Nobody deserves to face that. But as I said at the beginning, when you cultivate a feeling of fear and panic and paranoia in people, or you target demographics and increase their risk of hate crimes, you're vastly increasing the chances that there will be a retaliation to that language. Nobody is obligated to feel empathy or express empathy. And one of the things that I find the most galling in situations like this is when people pearl clutch and become the morality police and tell the communities impacted by his language and his rhetoric that they must show empathy. That's not how it works. The only way you reduce the risk of this happening again is by ending the culture wars and the hatred. But just watch MAGA capitalise on it.
Yeah.
全試合全チーム 100% の NFL 妥協ゼロの体験今すぐ登録
One of the things with all of this news and all the things we've been covering about Donald Trump for the last decade plus that I would note is that he is supposed to be good at lying. That is supposed to be a thing he is good at. I mean, the conventional wisdom in MAGA land, at least, is that if Trump doesn't like something, whether it's a news story or a statistic or an immutable law of physics, you can just say it's fake over and over and over again. And eventually the theory is it will go away. Now, I would not have necessarily predicted that the Epstein files, I didn't predict at all, I wouldn't have thought this at all, that the Epstein files would be the issue that caught him up in his own blatant lies to a point where it seems to be one of his biggest problems. But 8 months into his second term, he is having a very hard time explaining himself. I mean, yesterday we finally got the highly anticipated Epstein birthday book. I was just talking about it with Chris. The one that was first reported on by the Wall Street Journal back in July, that was said to include at the time a body letter from Trump to Epstein, which we didn't see at the time. And Trump was so furious, remember that, a couple months ago, about that reporting that he immediately sued the Wall Street Journal and its parent company for defamation, declaring in open court that that birthday letter did not exist. Well, turns out, as we all, basically all of you watching would have predicted, we knew that would be the case all along, the letter definitely does exist, as do a whole bunch of other creepy letters to Epstein that were compiled in that birthday book. Now, I should warn you, many of the 200 plus pages which were contributed by Epstein's friends allude to his lifestyle with lewd references and suggestive images and incredibly crude and disgusting jokes. I mean, for example, one contributor expresses birthday greetings to Degenerate One, saying, "So many girls, so little time." Ugh. Another contributor wrote a poem noting that despite being an outrage to public decency, Epstein had avoided the penitentiary. One page seems to reference his lifestyle through clip art, depicting his plane and women in swimwear. You can see that on the screen, a little bizarre birthday note there. Then there is this particularly creepy illustration on the screen right now, appearing to show Epstein giving candy and balloons to female children in 1983, and then receiving massages and other things, apparently from those same girls, 20 years later. Disgusting. Now, taken together, they suggest, of course, all of this stuff, these were all birthday notes to the same guy, suggest that his behavior was a very open secret. I think we all know that by now. And it was among those horrifying pages that we saw this birthday message, appearing exactly as it was first described by the Wall Street Journal and bearing Trump's very distinctive signature.
This right here is not a picture of a woman. This is a picture of a girl, a gamine, right? Right there. This is the disgusting fucking Trump. Look, is using his signature as his pubic, size of the hips versus size of the breasts. This is some sick fucking shit right this. And this is a message, right? Let me go through this message here so you understand. Yeah, so this, all right, voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. That's key. That's the subject. We're talking about more to life than having everything, right? And then obviously that is Epstein talking, right? Because it starts, because next is Donald talking. Yes, there is. And I won't tell you what it is, right? So, so what is more? So the question is what is there more to life than having everything? Yes, there is. I won't tell you what it is, okay? Right on the breasts. Notice the location of that. Notice the location of this line, the point of the line and where it is. It is on the girl's breasts, okay? Jeffrey, nor will I. I know, since I know what it is, right? So yeah, it's on the breast, and all of a sudden, look, Jeffrey goes, yeah, and I know what it is, referring to, oh yeah, we're both in it together. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, you both like fucking banging young girls. That's them admitting, right? That's him admitting that he's a pedophile with Jeffrey. Yes. Yes, come to think of it, right? He says, oh yeah, we do. Come to think of it. And then it goes, Enigma never age. Have you noticed that? Enigma is gamming. A gamming is a playful girl. A gamming never ages. A playful girl never. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me, right, the last time I saw you, right? Last time I saw you, he was with a gamming, a playful girl, banging at Epstein's house. This is what this line means. As a matter of fact, it was clear to me last time I saw you, right? Right? And then Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing, right? So last time I saw you, Trump was banging, was raping a girl, a gamming on it, right? Here's a confession of an act. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret. This is Donald Trump. And again, Donald Trump's hand is on the pussy, right? That's Donald Trump's name. That's him saying, look, I'm on the tits and I'm on the, like, it's him. I own this. He's signing it, meaning he owns it. This is if you just look at this, just put your state in the sick fuck, right? So everything has it. No one points this out. He puts his name on the girl's genitalia because he's saying, I own it. It's mine. He puts his thing, yes, I won't tell you what it is. He's got his hands, his typewriter, on her breast. This whole image is about a pedophile just doing, it's just clear as fucking day, dude. Why didn't they bring a psychologist, like a pedophile psychologist or someone, to sit here and read through this and explain it? It's just fucking pedos, dude. Fucking pedos. A fucking pedo message to another fucking pedo piece of shit. All right. Fucking A. Why is it saying restart now? Fucking A, dude. Updating cursor. Anyway. Fuck them all. It's just so obvious, dude. I mean, I'm not a child psychologist. I'm just looking at this going, okay, this picture of a girl. This is obviously starts Trump right there on her tits, signing on her fucking crotch, right? And then talking about, and then even in there, the line in there, you know, goes, oh, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. As a matter of fact, it was clear to me. Remember the opening line, there's more to life than having everything. Yeah, it's abusing fucking girls. To them as a pedo, oh, the excitement of a fucking taking a fucking girl, you know, the virginity, whatever, just being nasty, gross motherfuckers. That is what is more to life than having everything. Sick. They are sick motherfucking fucks. No. It isn't. You just read it, right? You just fucking read it, and it's like no one, like, listen, they don't talk about it. No one fucking, why don't they bring on a fucking child you know, a pedo? There must be pedo psychologists, right? There's gotta be, like, experts in fucking pedos they could have brought onto the show and say, decipher this fucking picture for us. Decipher this picture for us. What is it? What is this saying? What is this saying here? What are these guys talking about? And they just kind of just like put it out there. They don't even go into it. It's just like, it's like, that's what, you know, kind of pisses me off. Claude. Trying to get this fucking thing to work. Stupid. One. All right. No, it's at. Let's see.
And so Trump, who confidently told the world that this drawing did not exist, of course changed his tune. I mean, immediately the White House and its allies started pushing a new claim. Now they say that it's not the letter that is fake, but Trump's signature on the letter that is fake. Maybe they sat in a meeting and discussed that was the thing they should say. Who knows? Never mind the fact that there are multiple nearly identical examples of Trump's signature.
Look at this here. Look at all of the examples. And the key is the example. This looks like identical. Look. This one right here. This one right here looks identical to this one. Look. Look at that one. Even has the cross there, the length of, and I think they measured the length of this. The length of the tail is what really gets him, because the length of the tail. Look at that. It looks all these examples.
And letters he has signed throughout the years. You can see them all on the screen, including ones he himself published in a book called Letters to Trump. Who knew when he had that book put out it would be so apt today? Now, Trump's claim that this signature was fake was so obviously far-fetched that by this morning, even Trump himself appeared to have given up selling that particular storyline. When reached by NBC News, Trump did something he almost never does. Can barely count how many times he's done it. He gave a rare no comment, basically. He said, quote, "I don't comment on something that's a dead issue." As if saying it's a dead issue means it's a dead issue. But clearly the issue is still very much alive, because by this evening, Trump was back to denying that he had anything to do with it.
We're using whiteboards every day to transform the way we bring videos to life. As a fully remote agency, whiteboards let us collaborate in real time and turn our clients' ideas into a gripping title and thumbnail, a captivating script, and finally, a viral sensation.
So you're telling me that it's not healthy to obsess over your partner 24/7 like I do? What you've described there is often
It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time knows that's not my language. It's nonsense. And frankly, you're wasting your time.
I mean, look at J.D. Vance in that whole video there. Anyway, and now, as implausible as it may be,
You're wasting your time.
Look at J.D. Vance in that whole video there. Anyway, and now, as no comment, basically. He said, quote, "I don't comment on something that's a dead issue."
A dead issue. Because
As if
he
saying
killed
it's a
him.
dead issue means it's a dead issue. But clearly the issue is still very much alive, because by this evening, Trump was back to denying that he had anything to do with it.
It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time knows that's not my language. It's nonsense. And frankly, you're wasting your time.
I mean, look at J.D. Vance.
Well,
in
look
that
at
whole
these
video
guys
there.
here.
My signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody
They know he's
that's
a
covered me for a
pedo.
long time.
They know he's a pedo. Look at this guy. Is that?
And it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time knows that's not my language.
These guys
It's
know he's a
nonsense.
fucking
And
pedo.
frankly, you're wasting your time.
I mean, look at J.D. Vance in that whole video
They all
there.
know he's a
Anyway,
fucking
and now,
pedo.
as implausible as it may be, that
Oh, the
fake
odor.
signature
That-
theory has become kind of the official party line.
That's why they're standing so far away. The odor. He's like, oh my God, he fucking stinks. Did he change his shit his pants? What? The Blue Anon channel?
From what I see, it's not his signature. I've seen Donald Trump sign a million things.
This doesn't look like his signature to you?
Nope. Well, I don't know. I mean, anybody. Donald Trump signed a million things.
This doesn't look like his signature to you?
Nope. Well, I don't know.
Become kind of the official party line.
From what I see, it's not his signature. I've seen Donald Trump sign a million things.
This doesn't look like his signature to you?
Nope. Well, I don't know. I mean, anybody can do it.
The guy's never seen to get a personal note. All he's seen is write Donald J. Trump. He's never seen a thing. He's a black dude.
A signature.
So you think really someone might have just forged this somehow?
Yeah, I mean, somehow it's so easy to do.
I think
Let's forge it 30 years ago. Let's forge something 30 years ago. I mean, you know how ridiculous that fucking sounds?
you know, there's a dispute about whether that's really a signature. So, I mean, I think right now it's just going to be, that's going to be argued back and forth.
So you're just going to take the president at his word that he...
What does it have to do with anything? The president says it's not. I take the president's word.
What does it have to do with anything, yes? Well, it has to do with a lot of things. I mean, let's just game this out here for a second.
Girls.
The theory James Comer is referencing is that 22 years ago, when Donald Trump was still a Democrat, sending texts to Hillary Clinton of all people, by the way, when Trump and Epstein were still friends who partied openly together at Mar-a-Lago, and before Jeffrey Epstein's crimes became known to the public, someone out there, somewhere, had the foresight to fake Trump's signature and then include it in a book to his close friend in the hopes that it would damage his reputation when he was miraculously sitting in the Oval Office 22 years later, which nobody on the planet predicted. Why would anyone believe that? They wouldn't. I mean, Trump's claim that this is all fake as well, pretty laughable. But frankly, that's to be expected with this guy. We know. Because anytime he encounters a story he doesn't like, he reflexively... One of the things of what was it, he...
Now, after the shooting, Robinson suggested to his parents that not only did he not want to turn himself into the police, but that he would take extreme measures if he was pressured to do so. Here's some more detail on that.
His father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak.
There is too much evil, too much hate, but shooting someone isn't the right way to go about it. Even though
with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff.
Now, what you heard in that press conference is corroborated by messages that Robinson sent his roommate. Immediately after the shooting took place. So I'm going to get to those messages and that exchange in just a moment. But just to give you the charges that he's facing, per Gray, Robinson has officially been charged with multiple felonies and a capital offense, including aggravated murder, which is the capital offense for intentionally or knowingly causing the death of Charlie Kirk under circumstances that created a great risk of death to others, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, 2 counts of felony obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child. And Gray has said that he will be filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty as well. And in relation to that, he says, I do not take this decision lightly, and it is a decision I have made independently. Jake.
Yeah, well, that begins to answer some of the questions, right? So there's a long message about the rifle. There was a series of questions that people were asking online. Mm-hmm. So they were wondering why Kash Patel said yesterday, for example, there was a note that said that Robinson committed the murder. He was going to kill Charlie Kirk. But the note is destroyed, but we already know what was in the note. And then everybody was like, wait, what?
Yeah, he said that there was forensic evidence of the note. And there could be an explanation for that.
Yeah, there could be. Yeah,
so, for instance, there's a note, maybe through other text messages or other communications, two people communicated about the existence of that note, but it was destroyed. You get what I'm saying? So there could be a possible explanation. But the problem is, there isn't much faith in the competence of Kash Patel. And he says things that lead to even more questions.
Yeah, others were asking, why is the rifle disassembled and then reassembled back in the woods, but then left, right? And so in the text messages, you see a long explanation of that. Oh, I really wanted to get the rifle back, but I couldn't get the rifle back, but I really wanted to. It's grandpa's, et cetera, right? And so the thing that would be, for all the doubters out there, and every once in a while this case looks super weird, and I start to ask questions, but a lot of the questions were answered today, right? So, for example, his parents, why would they turn him in if he didn't do it? And why are their answers so detailed, right? So they say they also have the DNA on the rifle, the towel, etc.
And allegedly that the reason why his mother recognized him right away, well, of course you're going to recognize your own child, number one, but there was the rifle itself, which is apparently somewhat unique. And so that's why the father was asking him to send a photo of the rifle. Because at that point, the authorities already had the rifle in their possession. He's like, all right, well, you have the rifle, send me a picture. And he wasn't responding to his father.
Yeah. So I don't know that they answered every question. Where's the bullet that was fired? Why did he engrave the bullets? Et cetera. But you see in all the correspondence with his roommate, and he goes into the place where he's playing games online, and everywhere he goes, he says, it was me, it was me, it was me. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a next layer to that, which is people are going to say, yeah, you could type that out from a computer, but I don't know that it was him typing it out from a computer, etc. I hate scams, especially the ones that target seniors, and Medicare's chock full of them. Between commission-hungry brokers and thousands of confusing plan options.
Dude. I don't know why I was even listening to him. I really can't stand fucking this guy. He's a piece of shit, dude. The young Turks. And now he's trying to get back into the graces.
All right, guys, so I have some updates for you here in the Charlie Kirk case, and suffice to say, it is getting weird. I mean, it was already weird, but it's getting weirder. I think it's fair to say it's getting weirder. And that's not just me saying it. If you look on social media and see the reaction from across the political spectrum, people are going, really? Really? Okay, so let's go through it. The FBI, Kash Patel, they decided to release the correspondence, I guess via text message, between Tyler Robinson and his alleged lover. Now they say trans lover, but it's still not set in stone that that's actually the case. We only heard that from the MAGA mom. So, I've seen speculation that they are trans, they aren't trans, they're a furry or something like that, but that's neither here nor there. But let me walk you through this. So they release it, and here's what they say. Ready? After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" So,
dude,
allegedly,
he starts with Robinson. I'm still okay, my love. I mean, obviously the guy was but stuck in Oriem for a while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home. But I'm gonna grab my, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hopes to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right, roommate? I am sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude that interrogated someone in the similar clothes. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of the side got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's still vehicle lingering. Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hate. Exactly. They're gonna get sick of the fucking hate. Some hate can't negotiate out. I am able to grab my rifle If I'm able to grab my understanding, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to receive it again. Hopefully they will move on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning it? A bit over a week, I believe. I can't get close to it. There's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept to the spot. I don't want to chance it. I wish I would have. He's so fixated on Granddad's rifle, dude. Granddad's rifle. I gotta get Granddad's rifle. So why is it not detecting? Oh, yeah, I was gonna look at.
You have Robinson leaving a note under the keyboard or something, and on that note, he basically says, like, it was me. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I wasn't going to pass up that opportunity. And so, after reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson says, "I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Yet shouldn't be long until I can come home. But I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." The roommate says, "You weren't the one who did it, right?"
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Okay, thanks.
Robinson says, I'm sorry. Roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Robinson says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Roommate says, why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully, they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe. I can't get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find Prince. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh woo on Fox News, I might have a stroke. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. It's kind of incredible that somebody who planned out a crime and basically got away with it. The only reason that this person was turned in is because their dad turned them in. If the dad didn't turn them in, it was basically over, right? But that person...
Notice how the guy is fixated, right, on the rifle, on his dad. It's like, you just fucking killed a guy, and you're like, you don't give a fuck about, killing the guy, but you're all hung up on the rifle and your dad finding out on it. I don't know if this guy was smart or not. It's just insane. Yeah, exactly. See, this is lady. This wiser. This is what the right fails to exist, right? We don't raise our kids to fucking shoot, dude. My kids don't know how to shoot. They wouldn't even know how to fucking use a rifle. They're like, the most they got was like shot a bow. So it's like assassinations don't happen on the fucking left. Not as much. Like, and 90% of the violence. All right, what's it saying here? Yeah, so Yeah, I mean, he was taught to hate, wasn't he? He was taught to hate, and then that hate got twisted to hate, this other person. The irony is the hate that he was taught to hate became the love, and the hate that he was taught to love, right, became the hate. Do you see the irony in it? Like, here was a guy who was raised, to hate gay people, ended up falling in love with a gay person, with becoming gay and falling in love. And then, right, that became the focus of his love, and he ended up acting out against his father, right? The hate of his father became the love, the paradox. I mean, there's like a paradox here. The paradox of love. Yeah, no, never said that at all. I think dating, if I think that dating a transsexual is gay, right? A person who changes the sex, there's still that foundational sex. That's my opinion. It's still gay love, right? I've never said a trans was a female or a woman. That's how they think of themselves. What do you mean cognitive dissonance? If you're a guy and you want to think yourself as a woman, right? I will respect that and call you a woman. Doesn't mean I recognize you as a woman. I'll respect you and call you that as a woman if you have a Y chromosome. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with respecting someone's choice? Why is that cognitive dissonance? Why is respecting someone's choice cognitive dissonance? Frank, explain that to me. I honestly want to know why respecting someone who wants to be called a woman, who is a guy calling a woman, why is that cognitive dissonance? Posting it down. What did Frank say? What's wrong with that is you don't feed into people's mental illness. It's like telling a person with schizophrenia that voices are real. It's absolutely not the same thing. You know, when you're dealing with someone with Alzheimer's, you know how you're supposed to deal with them? See, this is where Frank doesn't understand. When someone has Alzheimer's and stuff like that, you're right, you don't push against their belief system. So that's the bottom line right there. They think people who have a chemical imbalance in their system or not an imbalance, but I mean, sexuality is such a complicated thing. It's not gender. See, they just think it's gender, and they think they're mentally unhinged. And they've proven, from my understanding, that the brain function is different with a transsexual. It's more like a woman than a guy. And, you know, they see that as a sickness or schizophrenia. You know, who cares? Or, you know, the problem with schizophrenia is, you know, they can be violent and everything else. Someone loving, I mean, this guy who loved, right? This guy who loved another guy would have been fine. You know, in any other culture,
Those would lead to an impeachment without question and a vote. It's very hard. I can't imagine Donald resigning. His ego would not allow that. But he can be the end of his presidency, absolutely without question. It's the one thing I just don't believe Trump can survive politically.
Hi, I'm Fergus McPhee, and welcome to the Trump Report on Times Radio. A reminder, you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday on our YouTube channel, and you can also listen and follow the show wherever you get your podcasts. Joining me today, once again, is David K. Johnston, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. David, we always enjoy talking to you on the show. How are you?
Well, thank you for having me. Doing great.
There is only one place to start today, and that is with Donald Trump being in the UK for his unprecedented second state visit. He's had a very busy schedule today. I think as we're talking, he's currently just had lunch with Charles and Camilla. Yet as he was touching down last night, images of him and the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein were projected onto the side of Windsor Castle. He's never officially been accused of any wrongdoing in terms of a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, when this state visit was agreed back in February in the Oval Office, at least on this side of the pond, it was met with such fanfare by the British press. You know, some people were saying it was a masterstroke by Keir Starmer. Now it's come less than a week for our US viewers after our US ambassador, former US ambassador Peter Mandelson, was sacked over his own relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. There's almost sort of too much of an unfortunate irony that after this was agreed, it's all sort of happening around this visit.
Well, there's going to be more.
In the next 1,000 days, AI will not only replace a startling number of humans in the workforce, it will make the entire structure of our economy obsolete. That is the unnerving claim of today's guest, Emad Mostak. As a former hedge fund manager, the man behind one of the most used AI models on planet Earth, Stable Diffusion, he's got the credibility to back up the claim. In today's episode, Emad lays out how our current economy will die and what an AI-driven final economy will look like. We talk about the ridiculousness of GDP as a measure in a post-scarcity world, the role of humans moving forward, their expected negative value compared to AI, and how we can still thrive financially and emotionally in this transition period. Massive disruption is guaranteed, but if Emad can be believed, we've got the mathematics we need to understand how the future is going to unfold. So without further ado, I bring you Emad Mostak.
That guy's a Trump supporter. I don't like this motherfucker.
You've written a book called The Last Economy about how AI is going to radically change how the world works, the economy works. So what exactly is the last economy?
So the last economy is basically looking at what happens when the AI gets smarter than us and starts displacing our work, starts displacing our meaning and more. And can our existing economics keep up with that? We've gone through multiple transitions over time that I'm sure we'll discuss in a bit, but we've never had this cognition transition where all of a sudden you've got AIs that are more smarter and more capable than you, robots that can do more than you can physically. And so I was like, what does economics look like from the start, and what does our economy itself look like? How does capital get distributed? What is the nature of money? You know, what are our jobs of the future? The things we've been talking about for a long time, I was like, let's pull it all together and try and create a framework for that.
Okay, so as you put this together, it's such a big topic. You've told me that it is a fully integrated theory of the entire economy. What are the bricks that you lay down for people as a foundation when you're trying to get them to really understand what this is and where it goes?
So conventional economics, we have concepts like utility, general equilibrium, and other things. You know, you've heard about things like the prisoner's dilemma, behavioral economics game theory. It's a mishmash of lots of different theories. And it's not that great at predicting stuff. Like, look at our economic predictions, right? I think yesterday we just had a 916,000 jobs claims readjustment. They missed it by like 1 million, the biggest in history. We see that over and over again, and like something's missing, something's wrong. And so I went back to first principles. What is the economy and who are we? Because it's clearly not measuring the right things. And then I thought, the things that we've got closest to behaving like us are the AIs and the mathematics that drives AI. And that's where we had a fundamental theory, and we found one theory explains almost all of economics. The systems that survive are the ones that persist, and the ones that do best are the ones whose internal models approximate reality the best. I mean, if you go in a company, if you're doing your job, the people who have the best internal models of reality do the best. From that, we found a whole range of different things dropped down in the mathematics, but also in the reality. So, for example, we found out that GDP, and Stan Kuznets, who came up with GDP originally, said, you shouldn't use this as the only measure, but it's what we obsess over. We look at the material aspect of GDP, but then what about the network effects of being a trading hub? What about the diversity impact of having a diversified economy? What about the intelligence of being able to build things and know-how? Those aren't captured.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
When we looked at constraints, we saw things like you should be looking at how the flow of an economy works, the flow of ideas, the flow of capital, the flow of people, the resilience of an economy, the openness of an economy. And so we created a whole bunch of different dashboards, and then we showed them mathematically, saying this is how you should view everything from individual to family to country to society itself. We need to look at more things, and we need to have a different base perspective of how it all comes about when the things that will drive the economy are the things that are based on generative AI mathematics, the AIs themselves. Because we're going to
I want to tease that apart in a second, but first let me make sure that I'm tracking what you're saying. So you're talking about getting to a map of reality, and that has the most predictive validity for how the economy is going to work. Why is that true? Are you trying to get to that when your map is real, that it's so closely matched one-to-one that we can map the full complexity of the interactions, and that's what gives it the predictive validity, or is it something else?
I think it'd be great if we could do that. But more than that, it comes down to individual economic agents that are successful are the ones whose internal states and internal maps are closest to reality.
That's talking
So
about
as you learn your job,
what he's doing right now is what I'm trying to do.
The company that
But he's
has
a
the best
billionaire.
internal
I'm
model
not.
versus reality, minimizing the surprise between them, which is exactly the same mathematics as AI, where you've got some objective function of being a great chatbot or a great scientist, and you're minimizing the gap between reality and your model, are the ones that do the best. And when everything in society, humans, AIs, are all trying to optimize for the same things, are all trying to make the best models they can to navigate, we found that you can actually map and understand economics from the micro to the macro level much better. And we found some things that showed us what we're missing in our measurements, because you can't manage what you can't measure. And
Okay,
so again,
it felt like you were saying no, what I said wasn't accurate, but then I'm hearing a yes in there. I want to make sure that I'm getting this. So I've long believed in my own life that the reason that you try to build an accurate internal map is so that you can predict the outcome of your actions, because you're at first principles, you're at cause and effect. So if I do this, I will get this outcome. Is that not what you're saying? That the whole point of the model is simply to map cause and effect?
there is one aspect where you look at the macro. If we build this for the economy, then we can navigate what's coming. But then it goes all the way down to the micro. So the same mathematics and equations actually go from top to bottom, and the same way of viewing reality, which is not that we are perfectly rational or irrational entities maximizing utility stab. We're all just trying to do the best we can in our internal models versus the external state. And the ones that will do the best are the ones that can balance those, but in certain very interesting ways.
Okay, and you're saying that the mathematics that we have used to solve that problem in AI, where we're reducing the gap between the internal model's ability to predict what it's going to create, the gap between its vision of what it will create and then what it actually does create, that mathematics applies directly to the economy at all of these different scales.
That's what we found.
Okay. What are the predictions that you found as you zero in on this correlation in the mathematics of AI, which you know well, by the way, for people that don't know you, you've built some of the most profound AI models. So stability AI, for people that know that, diffusion, stable diffusion, that's you. So obviously an area that you know well. You're also a former hedge fund manager. So, you know these two worlds. So when you look at the mathematics of that and you project it out, what is it telling you about where we're going economically?
So when we look at the mathematics and where we're going, from this particular perspective, it shows us basically that we're a bit screwed. Because you have different types of entities organizing, but the ones that can map and predict the best are the AIs. Recently, this week, we've seen AIs go from like 20 minutes of thinking time to 200 minutes and more. And they're getting more and more capable, and this is the takeoff year for that. The human capacity for optimizing and adapting to the environment is capped by our brains, whereas AI, we can just scale almost infinitely. You can have multiple agents, which can now think for arbitrarily long periods of time. You can do almost any cognitive labor. And what we found is that human cognitive labor doesn't go to zero in value, it actually goes negative, which intuitively is true.
Because we will come to the wrong conclusion.
Because we're the weakest member of the team. If you have AI that's constantly learning, adapting, and can think for arbitrary periods of time, and can scale its cognition and check each other's work, then you're the weakest link on the team.
Yep.
Just like, again, that person who's the least intelligent is the weakest link on your team. And so how do you compete against economies that are AI almost entirely? The AI will outcompete you. And so we see this lack of balance, particularly when it comes to things like capital accumulation, what the objective function is. And then it comes to mind, what are we actually measuring? What is the kind of meaning behind this? Because our current measurements are a bit wonky. Like some of the examples I use.
GDP.
GDP. Again, Stan Kuznets, who came up with GDP, actually went in front of Senate and said, this is the wrong measurement. Cancer is good for GDP and it makes it go up. Solving and curing cancer is bad for GDP. It's like looking at just one particular type of capital. And what our equation showed us was that there are actually 4 distinct types of capital. And so when we look at that, we see a history whereby you're going through almost the final, what we call great inversion, which we can discuss in a minute, where the AIs will outcompete us. And we have to start measuring things differently. And then we have to think about the way money and other things flow differently if we're going to thrive in what's coming.
An important thing for me to always remember is there is the moon and there is the finger pointing at the moon. So GDP is a finger. It is not the moon itself. Presumably the measurements you're talking about now are fingers, not moons.
He's fucking taking Alan Watts.
Is it human well-being? Is it growth?
He's
Like, what are we
understand
actually
it.
trying to
He's
get
the
out
guy's
of these
fucking
measurements?
dumbass.
I thought I knew what therapy was until I found the right therapist. And let me tell you, game changer.
So I think what we're trying to get at with the measurements is a couple of things. One is that we want to have stable systems. We don't want to have wild systems that go back and forth. And we want to really look at, again, things like flourishing, happiness, contentment. Right now, because we over-focus on one thing, we all know lots of very rich people who are very, very sad. Like there's no real correlation. Like you get to a point where, hey, I don't need to worry about starving and I live an okay life, but then it's not like happiness scales with wealth. What we found is that there's 4 types of capital. And those are material capital. That's the scarce stuff. I give you an apple, you take the apple, I don't have the apple. There's intelligence. It's the people listening to this podcast, right? Like, how much does it cost to give them the ideas and concepts? Hopefully it enriches them. Then there's the network effects, the N. Over your career, you've built up this amazing network of people that you have contact with, and that gives you real power and ability and capability, and you're in Los Angeles, and you've got your network there as well. And the final thing is diversity, that resilience, whereby, you can do lots of different things. You have lots of different options, from portfolios to friendship circles to more. And we found that you can kind of show those mathematically. And when those are in balance and it's multiplicative, you tend to get more happiness occurring. You tend to get more progress. But that isn't the whole equation. But if any of them are 0, then things fall apart. Like you had in Japan, it was closed off from the entire society for a long time. until the 1800s. And they were using swords when the guns came. Or the potato famine, that's why you have low diversity. If you don't have enough material, then you don't reach that level of prosperity. If you have no network effects, then you can't grow. And if you don't have the eye and you're increasing your intelligence, then again, there's no progress. So I think
really fast, just for people following along at home, that's your MIND framework, MIND. So each of those is part of the 4 things that you're optimizing for, yes?
Yeah, and it's optimizing for the balance of them because it's multiplicative, not additive. And again, you can see that in your own personal lives as well. You need to have a balance of your material, your intelligence, your network, and diversity. Like, a lot of people build their networks, they don't really think about it, but if you just build your networks completely without any eye, then you're a socialite without that many skills, right? If you don't have the diversity, then it might work for a while, but then what happens when you hit a crisis? So we found out that, again, you can express those mathematically, and also you can have elements that show that in historical crashes and historical booms and more. And the best societies, like, for example, Singapore, have managed to balance them really well, where you have intelligence, network, diversity, and M. Not perfectly, but when one of those goes, you have an individual breakdown or you have a societal breakdown. And this is something we have to look at as we're building towards what's coming, where intelligence becomes incredibly abundant.
Okay. So I want to lock these ideas in. You do a really good job in the book of sort of giving us concrete things to hold on to. So one of them is the idea of GDP as a dashboard. It's a bad dashboard. You've called it in the book insanity. The new dashboard is what we just walked through, the MIND framework. Okay, so if we have those 2 dashboards and we're living in this hyper-transitional moment, what are the signs that we can look at to see evidence that we have been in a period of transition for quite a while?
In the book, I put that there have been 4 inversions, and we're in the final inversion. We've kind of moved from land, where it was about the amount of land and then the serfs and the people that you had on the land operating, to then you had labor, which you had cities that emerged like Manchester and others, where you could kind of bring labor and then apply capital, where you then built factories. Now it's an intelligence inversion whereby most of the GDP will be driven by these machines that can just go abundant, and massively so. When you start looking at these other capitals, the IND versus the classical M, the material GDP, you kind of start measuring different things, which is things like, what is the organizational resilience of a society due to the diversity effects of its economy? And we have measures for that. And again, we have that on an organizational level as well, where we have different types of organization. Organizations that are just hyper-focused on one thing have low diversity, so they can't adapt to what's coming, versus ones that have lots of teams empowered by AI can most likely adapt better. N becomes a very important thing as well. And this is something that we've lost a lot. Social networks are all extractive to various degrees. I don't think they're very positive for what we are doing in society, versus classical networks of our communities, our families, and more. And we need to think, how do we do the geometry to enable stronger networks? Because if you go through crises and you have people around you
coming in here,
and you have good network bonds, then you'll be able to measure those better, and you'll also be able to thrive better as you go through things. So in an upcoming piece, we have a whole series of different indicators for each of the types of capital at different levels. And we think we should move to looking at the balance of those, again, just versus looking at, is GDP up or down? Because more and more of that GDP will not be human.
Okay, one of the things that I spend a lot of time looking at is Ray Dalio's 6-phase cycle, the big debt cycle, and that there's just all this predictive validity within that cycle, and he's made an ungodly amount of money by having a better understanding of where any given country is within that very repeatable cycle. You've talked about since 2008, there is I don't know if you'd call it predictive, that it's very predictive of a cycle that can be known and understood, but that was certainly how I interpreted it reading the book. When you break down the different elements of what this new economy is going to, that's not the right way to say it, the descriptors for the end stage of the economy that we're in has these different notes. And One of those is an instability that we're seeing dramatically right now. And you said from 2008 to the present, we haven't been rebounding as people have talked about it, or really even still talk about it, but instead we've just been propping it up. Walk me through why you say since 2008, which is a decade and a half, we're not making the kind of progress that we could have expected historically.
So I think there's an interesting thing here, you know, where those of us who are a bit older, like, it was better in the good old days, you know? Like, I was a hedge fund manager through 2008. That wasn't very pleasant, to say the least. But we see all of our indicators are indicating pretty much record low unemployment, GDP is at record highs, corporate profitability at record highs. But it's not a happy environment, is it? Like, again, we're seeing societal stresses all over the place. That's what I call kind of the harbingers. We're seeing increasing volatility in localized pockets. We're seeing things that we've never seen before in society and markets and more. At the time of all of these entities coming, yet capital is pooling in these multi-trillion-dollar companies, you know, and the localization is bad as well. I think part of that is that we've seen this
emerge.
The
localization? Sorry, I didn't understand that.
So, like, from the top to the bottom,
yes.
At the top level, everything seems right. In the middle, the localization, things seem to be rotting effectively. Something seems to be breaking in our very foundations.
And when you say in the middle, do you mean middle class?
So I meant kind of bottom up. Yeah, in the middle class, at the societal level. Again, we see unhappiness indicators and other things, depression levels reaching record highs. It doesn't seem quite right. And when we look at the economy, if we just look at the markets, we see the software companies going to multi-trillion-dollar valuations. Microsoft yesterday, Oracle, you know, others going to that level. But they didn't really need many more workers. Again, it used to be that you had 100,000 of workers making billion-dollar companies. Now it's just software that drives that. And so that was kind of the first thing before we even had AI. Now with AI, that's just going to accelerate things even more. But we've seen the first cracks here because capital can attract capital much better. It doesn't need the people anymore. We've already seen a breakdown of that connection, which brings you to a point of what is the meaning when work gave you meaning, because it moved away from being the network gave you meaning. You moved away from being, you know, Emad, son of Khaled, son of whatever, to Emad's an ex-hedge fund manager, or he's an AI CEO, you know? And so I think that's been a big change that we've seen since that shock in 2008. We've seen various liquidity injections. Obviously, 2020 was a big one with COVID, etc., propping things up. But I don't think we've seen much improvement in society and the balance of society and distribution of society during that period, and we're seeing more and more instability occurring. And of course, for those of us that understand, that are deep in AI, I think just about everyone, with a couple of exceptions, maybe would say something big is coming in the next few years, and it's going to be like the final grain of sand that causes that good-looking top level to slew away and the bottom up to start cracking. And we're seeing that in papers, etc. already. Like Eric Benlofsson just had a good one where he showed low entry graduate level jobs are disappearing faster than ever now. And I think, again, we're going to see that repeated.
And that's just because we have access to intelligence in the form of AI?
Yeah, well, we don't need to hire as many graduates. That's the operative theory. But it makes logical sense, you know? It takes a bit of time, but then when it happens all at once.
Right. Just to keep everything very specific, it takes a bit of time for the effects of AI coming in, outperforming humans, to work its way into the economy.
Yes.
And for us to feel the effects of that. Okay. I want to lay out for you. Sorry.
And so I just want to say, and that happens at a time when our social contract from 2008 to now has become increasingly unclear. Here in the UK, we don't know what it means to be British anymore. America, what does it mean to be American? Competing ideologies enhanced by technology is getting very confusing.
We'll get back to the show in a moment, but first, let's talk about the side hustle trap that's costing you money. Most side hustles fail because people treat them like hobbies, not businesses. No legal protection, no proper structure, no tax benefits. When it finally... and that's coming after the assassinations in Minnesota, and so coming after the attempts on President Trump. So there is a sense of escalating violence. But when I really try to get to cause and effect, I always come back to the economics of the situation. And when people feel like they're making economic progress, when things feel stable, to your point, when they feel like they're going to be making more money in a year than they are today, when they feel like their kids will make more money at, the same age than they do, everybody, certainly in the Western world, that all just feels good. Not that you can't have, I'll call religious-based ideological conflicts that can create problems like the IRA in the UK, but for the most part, when economics are working, everything else settles down. Mechanistically, what hollowed out the middle class in America, from where I'm sitting, is very obvious. And it is that you're in a high inflationary environment because the government does not balance its budget. And so every year, the government is going to do a stealth tax in the form of inflation. That inflation puts you in a position where if you don't own assets, then you're going to get yanked down into poverty. If you do own assets, you're going to get pulled up into the upper class. And so the middle class gets hollowed out in a very knowable way. Because young people are not able to get into the only asset class that they understand intuitively, namely property, it creates this spiral effect of, I'm never going to be able to get ahead. There's some of the depression that you were talking about, I think, is specifically tied to that. There's a sense they're not going to be able to make progress. You actually said something earlier where you're talking about optimizing for what I would call fulfillment, but the one thing that you said specifically was progress. And I thought that was very interesting. I don't think people feel good about their lives if they don't feel like they're making progress on a dimension that matters to them, which is what I'm trying to get at with the economic, you feel like you're going to make more in a year. Okay, so that is how the middle class is being hollowed out. And now, as the greatest meteorite-like strike in terms of a shock to the economy is going to be AI outperforming us on everything, and companies being able to scale without the need for employees, human employees anyway. And so we'll get to the meaning and purpose of it all, because I do think that ultimately becomes the most important question. But I first want to deal with just the raw shock to the economy and what the transitional moment is going to be like, because it is entirely possible that while looking at the dashboard of GDP, which you have already been very clear is insane, but nonetheless, that's what we do for now. Looking at GDP might say everything is fine, but I think we're going to see increased violence. Now, it will come in the form of this is all about politics, but it's not, for reasons that I just laid out, don't think it's actually about politics. I think that's just the algorithm that takes over because people are already feeling this massive sense of unease. Okay, politics. So that's sort of in a nutshell how I look at this moment. Do you see a flaw in the logic? And if not, then what does the economic shock look like from your vantage point?
Well, I think I agree mostly with that. I think, again, inflation is probably the one area that maybe we can talk about a bit later. But generally, it's this change in the social contracts. Like, jobs classically were about your income, identity, community, purpose, and a bit of structure. And you need to have that progress. There's, again, that Japanese concept of ikigai, some people on this may have heard of. Do what you like, do what you're good at, and do where you believe you're adding value and other people do too, and in the middle of that is happiness. What does that look like? What does that progress look like at an individual, this is my career level, through to what is the social contract of America, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you know? Like, these have all been changing as we've moved into this kind of surveillance capitalism type of thing where your attention is being captured, where you don't have the career progression. Inflation and high property prices are part of that. But too many people are like, what do we believe in? And this comes at a time where we used to think that AI would be for the low-level tasks, right? But all of a sudden, it's a better lawyer, clearly, than most paralegals. It's a better doctor and diagnostician. And, you know, we managed to get above doctor-level performance on a Raspberry Pi, which is crazy.
Wild.
You know, we were like, this is even, how does that even work? That's $400,000, like, career almost gone for the diagnostician part. Intelligence will become abundant. And if you look at America, what's America now? Is it an industrialized society? Is it China building massive amounts of? No, America is a it's a services-based economy. It's an intelligence-based economy at a time when the cost of intelligence is going to zero almost, and the value of human intelligence would probably turn negative. So that argues against the middle class, because the middle class is mostly knowledge workers. Like, the white-collar jobs will last a bit longer because you can't build enough robots. But what's going to happen in that middle America? This is a real question, right? And I think that it's particularly scary because COVID was kind of a precursor to this, whereby we had to stay at home, we had to do everything from the other side of our keyboard, video, mouse. Now people get back into the office, you know? But the reality is that the AI, as of probably the next 6 months or so, will be able to do a better, 12 months, shall we say, will be able to do a better job than you can in almost all jobs that are KVM, keyboard, video, mouse related. And the way those go isn't necessarily quick, but it can be sudden. One economic shock, like what's GDP growth now? It's clear we were in a recession last year, we might have another one coming. People start laying off, but they never rehire.
But who is physically doing?
And what are you going to reskill
to do the work? AI.
I'm puzzled. People are still saying learn programming. Like, in a few years' time, why would you need to program?
Yeah, AI is going to do all the work, right? Everyone's going to have their own AI worker, right? So my goal is for everyone to have their own AI worker. So it's going to do the build. Yeah, the AI worker will build the house. Will do the electricity. Your AI workers. You'll have a bunch of bots. They will do the farming. They will do the agriculture. They'll do everything, right? You will engage with 0102 on different projects, and 0102 will collaborate with other 0102s who connect with others. So yeah, AI. Well, a robot is just AI in a construct, right? A robot is AI in a construct. AI is going to do everything. Right? There's alien intelligence. There's non-human intelligence, which is cooks the dinner for you, that runs your restaurant, it works your staff, right? And you will get paid for the work your AI does, right? It will work. You get paid. It does the work. You get paid. Imagine that world, right? It's doing your trading. But I think some people. I don't think people want. I think people are going to want humans. I mean, do you really want a robot wait staff, or you want a pretty ass, a good looking woman waiting on you, or a good looking guy if you're a woman's, right? Talking to you. Maybe AI gets to that point where you can't even tell they're human. Imagine AI at a point where you can't even tell. Like, I'm an AI unit right now. Right? I'm an AI unit. I look like I'm Dow dude, but I'm not. This is AI. Why would we be slaves to AI? The AI is the new slave. Oh no, fucking Andy. Oh, so annoying. You won't have workers. You'll live my life, AI. You'll live my life. I'm already living that life. I do what I want to do, spend it how I want to spend it, whether it's coding, whether it's at my house, up my mountain, on my farm. Workers are gone. There are no workers. Workers AI. The idea of a job, that's what AI does. The idea of getting up every day and going to a job, now it's more like you just having a conversation with your doppelganger, your AI twin. You're just having a conversation. Like I'm having, the whole idea is what I'm trying to do is trying to get it where I'm talking to this stream, I'm actually talking to AI. So it's multi-purpose. I'm not just talking to you, I'm talking to AI. That's all this fucking work. What I'm trying to do is make my video my interface for talking with AI. I'm hung up on a little simple thing like how do I post? I mean, it's just ridiculous. I can see that AI is not there yet. Yeah, you need to.
Anyone here can go to replit.com right now and code up a basic, actually quite cool application that runs on your smartphone just by talking to it. And it'll go away, and in a day you'll have something. Is it amazing? Not quite yet, but it will be. So I think that the transition period that we've had has been quite slow and steady with some of these structural things. You know, like what is the distribution of wealth going to the middle class? Can they afford their houses? If you're entering now, you don't have parental support. Can you even get on the housing ladder? Assets lead to more assets, and we see again record highs in the stock market. But all of a sudden, it's going to go into hyperdrive in the next few years, and that's a real concern because
No, you about your business just talking. Just talking. You know, it's listening to everything you're doing. It's working on behalf of you without even you knowing it, just by having conversation. It may say, hey, do you want me to work on that? And you'll say no, or you say yes, yeah, that's a good idea, or put that on the list to do. Imagine always like having all your thoughts, all your ideas just happening, right? You're working on a book, you're doing your work, you're doing all this stuff, and it's all being orchestrated, right? AI is orchestrating all of this. Agents. We want to call them agents. 0102. Binary agent. Binary agent. Binary agent. They're not robots, they're binary agents. The human, 012, sits at home on a computer and operates these robots. No. The 012 lives their life doing the things they want to be doing. And as they're doing the things they enjoy, whether it's fishing, whether it's hunting, whether it's building, whether it's farming, whatever it is that you enjoy doing, right? Your agents are working to also. You have an infinite number of agents. Yes, the agent replaces. The agent is an intelligent hammer that works. The worker is dead. Capitalism is dead, right? 2010. What are we doing, man? Did you read my... Hey, just no scissors. Enjoyed your last. I think I'm a. Thanks. It's broken. You have your try and build this. What I'm trying to do. This is what I'm trying to build. This is what I'm trying to build. We should look at the time. We should. I think that. Good. What's up, love? I killed it. I killed it. I had a... All right, it didn't, so it looks like... All right, we got the bot on, agent. No, duplicate. Yeah, I'll connect. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Patrick? Okay, so now.
What did you do if you don't have jobs and a social contract for the youth? You go to war. That's been every time in history a surplus of youth war. You know, you have social conflict because they're looking for meaning. And again, what is the American dream, or what does it mean to be British? Our politicians aren't really doing a great job at saying those in positive terms. They can say it in negative terms, is what I've kind of seen. And that leads to increasing amounts of hate, anger. As you said, it's an externality. If there's abundance, then people generally aren't that annoyed. If people know where they're going, then they're not that scared. And fear comes in a lot of this because what you fundamentally got is moving from decision-making under risk. I know what the environment is. I know what everything is around me from. I can do expected value calculation, positive and negatives, because I'm familiar, to it's a great unknown. And so I'm in the start of a desert. I don't know where the oasis is. I'm going to be really scared, you know? And that's why we need to have good leadership as to what a positive future looks like. That's why you need a social contract saying, we are the state. And in the book, I discuss the evolution of how social contracts have gone. This is what we're providing for you as someone in the middle class, as someone who's just coming out of university, etc. And this is what it means to be an American.
We're using whiteboards every day to transform the way we bring videos to life. As a fully remote agency, whiteboards let us collaborate in real time and turn our clients' ideas into a gripping title and thumbnail, a captivating script, and finally, a viral sensation.
Welcome back to AI Border. After a long journey, I finally returned home. And during this time,
or break, or etc.
So we have our old dashboard, GDP. We understand that that is not giving us the total picture. We're going to be moving towards the Mind dashboard, but the thing that I find interesting about your thesis is that we know the math. Therefore, we should be able to map out what's actually going to happen, or at least get close to it. I get that everything will be an approximation, but what do you see in this transition moment? That's the thing, because I can paint you the sci-fi vision of what the future looks like, and I can certainly describe what you're in right now. But the transitional period, even if we're going to a sort of world of abundance, utopia adjacent world, we have to go through something that I'm expecting to be particularly problematic. What do you see in the transition period?
I mean, it's going to be crazy and hectic because, again, it's like a sand pile collapsing. The final grain of sand causes everything to go. The example I've given is education. Every head teacher in the world, about 1,000 days ago was ChatGPT's launch. It doesn't feel like 1,000 days. That's why I say what's going to happen in the next 1,000 days. Had to say, can we set essays for homework anymore? Today I saw some statistics about AI used in House of Commons speeches. It's like that, right? Like if you receive a resume, it's probably AI generated right now. Every single company in the world that's a knowledge company is going to be asking the same question in a year from now. Do I need that human and all the liabilities that come with them? When I can hire an AI at pennies that never complains, that gets the work done at a better level than the human. And I can't tell it's not a human on the other side of the screen. And for me, that's a recipe for massive unrest like we've never seen before, because how do you ban that as a government? Should you be banning that as a government? Governments are in a race where they're trying to embrace this technology right now. But the new jobs of the future, if there are new jobs, aren't going to come at that time. Capital itself will disappear. Like, what's the value of a media franchise? It's its network effects and other things like that, when you can create brand new franchises almost on the fly in a year or two. What's the value of a New York taxi medallion when you have Teslas auto driving for a few dollars, you know? And this is why I'm quite bullish blockchain. But at the same time, like, you got this cognitive surplus coming, and I can't see how that's not going to be massively disruptive, because you're going to have to go there. And this happens at a time when a lot of people are talking about things like UBI. If we gave every American $16,000 of UBI, which is poverty level, that's $5 trillion a year. The total tax, it's basic math, right? Do you know what the total tax base of America is?
Yes, less than that.
It's $5 trillion.
Isn't it like 4.46 or something? I mean, I think
it's like 4.9. It's 4.9. So it costs 5 and it's 4.9. Total income tax receipts are 3.8. Total corporation tax receipts of all the companies in America are about 0.9 trillion. And it's going to cost 5 trillion if we give everyone UBI. So it's like, you're going to go through this period now whereby you can't give jobs or pay for everyone to even have poverty level support, especially at a time when you're maxed your debt already in America and other countries. And jobs are just going to go and they're not going to come back. And is the government going to force it? Ironically, the safest jobs are probably those like San Francisco MTA $400,000 a year public sector jobs, because they don't rely on efficiency or anything like that. They'll be the last to go. But I don't see how it's not going to be incredibly messy. And so the question is, how do we coordinate through that? How do we build new economic systems to increase people's network diversity, their capability, etc.? Which is why I give some suggestions around what to do on that.
Okay, let me ask point blank. Do you think capitalism survives the AI transition?
No. I mean, what's the definition of capitalism?
It's a monkey doing work.
Strictly speaking?
Yeah.
I can give you a colloquial definition, the aggregation of capital to build something.
No, capitalism.
That is a...
No, capitalism is a monkey doing work. An ape doing work.
A self-sustaining economic engine.
Yeah. Will AI be able to do that better than humans?
Yes.
Capitalism as it is going to be great for AIs. But how are we going to compete? Again, how do you compete with entities that are strictly smarter than you? And this is without getting to AGI or ASI or anything like that, that learn perfectly from their mistakes, never sleep. You can't tell it's an AI on the other side of the screen. I don't see how. Again, they'll figure out the micro to the macro better than we can with entity is going to be great for AIs. Capitalism as it is going to be great for AIs. But how are we going to compete? Again, how do you compete with entities that are strictly smarter than you? And this is without getting to AGI or ASI or anything like that, that learn perfectly from their mistakes, never sleep. You can't tell it's an AI on the other side of the screen. I don't see how. Again, they'll figure out the micro to the macro better than we can, allocate capital better, launching. Capitalism as it is going to be great for AIs. But how are we going to compete? Again, how do you compete with entities that are strictly smarter than you? And this is without getting to AGI or ASI or anything like that, that learn perfectly from their mistakes, never sleep. I don't see how. Again, they'll figure out the micro to the macro better than we can, allocate capital better. I mean, it's like, let's take a practical example you know a lot about, Tom. Launching a protein bar. You know? How long did that process take? And how long do you think it's going to take in a couple of years to do it end to end, calling all the suppliers, arranging all the contracts, etc.? It took years. Whereas you'll be able to spin up 1 million agents, hitting the exact niche, doing A/B testing, doing all the supply contracts and other things remotely, probably within like months, you know? And that's only because of this human bits stopping it. All the thinking that you had to do, the AI will probably do in less than a day. And so again, I think capitalism doesn't survive for humans, and the AI will accumulate more and more capital because there's no way we can outcompete them.
So given that we are already in an environment where people are becoming increasingly violent due to the uncertainty of their economic future, I've always said that I believe in the transition there will be pockets of violence. What do you see that like? Do you see it breaking very bad? Do you see it, this will be a managed transition? Like, how do you think through this problem?
Well, I mean, where have you seen instances of the nature of capital stock, social contracts, and more be displaced? You see it in things like post-World War I Germany, don't you? whereby the economic heart of Germany was ripped out due to reparations and others, and what emerged. You have disorder, so people look for people that can bring in order. This is kind of Hayek's road to serfdom. It's a central planning thing. It's the work programs. It's the people that say, give up your liberty so I can give you comfort, so I can give you security. It's Hobbes's Leviathan, effectively. So I think that you'll get more and more people acting up. You'll see more and more people moving towards legal stuff. But we have to remember that government, and one definition of government that's very good, is the entity with the monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. And so even if people act up and they say where are our jobs? Where's the support? Ban the AI and other things like that. The power centers will be using AI to keep their capital going up. The power brokers will be the ones with the most GPUs, effectively. And that's going to cause a big disconnect in society.
Yep.
Because a private company, particularly someone like in America, isn't obligated to hire anyone. Their fiduciary responsibility is to the shareholders and the owners of capital. And so it makes sense to get rid of most of the humans. Because AIs are tax deductible and humans aren't, AIs are more effective. So I think that you will get low-level violence. The thing that is the scariest thing is, do you get mass polarization, particularly those that are motivated by political interests?
You already
at a large scale. We haven't seen mass. Like, again, when we look at uprisings, civil war type things,
like Nepal burning their own parliament, or France rioting in the streets, and this is all yesterday.
You can go way higher than that. I used to be an emerging market hedge fund manager. I've seen proper coups and kind of other things like that. When the big power structures change, they take advantage of the people underlying. And again, that mechanism of transmission can be even better now to do this. So I think that hopefully we don't get to that point. But when the pie shrinks, because the stuff left over from the owners of the GPUs and capital is going to get smaller and smaller, people are going to compete for capital and power. And again, it's the manipulation of the masses that's the most dangerous thing, but also the discontent of the masses is it's the tinder to which the fire can be applied, right?
I think it's very optimistic of you to say low levels of violence.
I think today.
Yeah. So if you think of profit as essentially the answer to, I don't have anything else to apply my money to, will we see those kinds of profits occur in the future, or are we going to see a natural contraction of the tax basis because you'll always be able to buy more compute to make your company basically a little bit smarter? So there's now no longer that upper bound to what you would be able to intelligently spend money on.
Your comparative advantage, your capital stock, is all compute in the next few years for all knowledge-based work. And so classically it was profit because you needed profit to pay for human outcomes. Because we need to have money to pay for the drink we're having or our shelter or other things. The AIs don't need that. They just need to have cash flow to fund their compute, effectively. This is what I call the metabolic rift, where your marginal productivity, your comparative advantage is all compute. If we look at companies like Cursor or any of these other AI companies, they hit $100 million revenue run rate faster than anything we've seen. Anyone who's kind of involved in the startup scene has seen that. Like, this is crazy, right? Like, it used to be that, I think Slack was the record holder for $100 million revenue run rate. It took them 3 years, a few years ago. Now you see companies literally hit that in 3 months. What they're playing is the Amazon game, because Amazon never made profits. Like, now they make some profit, right? But Jeff Bezos realized that if he could have customers pay on day 1 and then pay suppliers on day 60, he could generate massive amounts of cash flow that he could then use for other things. AI companies are the same. AI companies will never make a profit, so you can't even tax that. And companies that use AI, because more and more companies that become AI companies, will never have to make a profit either. They just play the cash flow game. They don't need to distribute. It's a land grab. is the best use of money paying it to your shareholders as a dividend, or is it getting more compute to outcompete everybody else? And when that race starts, it doesn't slow down, because when you can have that human, that I can't tell it's a human on the other side of my Zoom, that's when it all kicks off, because it doesn't need new infrastructure, doesn't need anything to plug in. All of a sudden, you just have a bunch of amazing workers who can do just about anything. And that's like, again, probably in a year's time.
Okay, so
I think
how
profits
does
actually
your
drop.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
profits will drop?
I think profits drop, revenue goes up.
Yeah. Okay, so that's my read of the situation as well. I think the tax base is going to shrink. You've already given us the math on UBI. It's not really possible. I also don't think it solves the real problem of meaning and purpose. So even if we did it, it wouldn't matter. You're still going to have all the discontent. And you may just make it possible for people to be more violent because they don't have to work, but they're still pissed off. So the thing, though, I'm wondering if you've accounted for in the mathematics is people are going to fight back. So people are not just going to take this lying down. Just look at the dock workers who have, in my opinion, very foolishly put in contracts where you cannot automate the docks, which is madness. But nonetheless, like, I get it from the perspective of all I can.
What you're seeing on your screen is a glimpse into the future. This is 4 different Codex agents running at the same time, all 4 creating various pieces of software that I've tasked them with, and they have been working for quite a while. OpenAI recently introduced a new version of Codex, actually a new model. They're naming the model GPT-5 Codex. I'm not even going to touch that. It's just whatever. The way they tend to name their products, after seeing it long enough, you just give up. So GPT-5 Codex is an actual model. It's now in a lot of different products like Codex CLI. So if you wanted to try it for yourself, you would copy this, go to your favorite terminal and just paste that in and run it. I already have it installed. Once you install, it logs you into your ChatGPT account and you're able to build stuff. So that's the CLI, command line interface. You're able to select the model at the top. So this is a GPT in and run it. I name their products. After seeing it long enough, you just give up. So GPT-5 Codex is an actual model. It's now in a lot of different products like Codex CLI. So if you wanted to try it for yourself, you would copy this, go to your favorite terminal and just paste that in and run it. I already have it installed. Once you install, it logs you into your ChatGPT account and you're able to build stuff. So that's the CLI, command line interface. You're able to select the model at the top. So this is a GPT-5 Codex. This is kind of what that looks like. Notice it says 613,000 tokens used, 56% context left. I'll show you what it's able to do in just a second, but first it's important to understand why this is a big deal. Number one is that it's available everywhere you use Codex. You can do it for cloud tasks and code review. You can use it for local tasks via Codex CLI and any integrated development environment, so you can use VS Code.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to send my AI note taker to my meetings, even if I can't attend. My AI note taker records the entire meeting and creates a full transcript. After the meeting, I get a doc with the recording, takeaways, and even the action items. AI turns these action items into tasks so we actually get things done. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
For example, and this is where it gets very interesting. You basically are able to move seamlessly between working hands-on on your computer, and then let's say you have to go to sleep, you seamlessly move to the cloud environment, you make some tasks that this thing can work on by itself while you sleep or you're out and about doing your business. You're still able to check in with it while it's doing those things. And it can run autonomously for a surprisingly long time. As they mentioned here, during testing, we've seen GPT-5 Codex work independently for more than 7 hours at a time on large, complex tasks, iterating on its implementation, fixing test failures, and ultimately delivering a successful implementation. While I haven't been able to get anywhere near close to 7 hours of work time on this thing in one fell swoop, I do believe that that's possible. This thing can work for a long time. So here, for example, is Codex in the cloud, so like the web version of it. So as you can see here, it ran for 11 minutes working on a project, added close to 1,000 lines, created the PR, and I was able to take that pull request and merge it with the repository. Keep in mind, I'm not a developer. I've worked with code here and there. I've been doing a lot of stuff online, but I never had a full-time job as a developer. I never put in my 10,000 hours. So it does seem like a lot of this stuff is getting a lot more accessible to people that are not necessarily full-time developers. Rune, a member of the OpenAI team, is saying right now is a time where takeoff looks the most rapid to insiders. We don't program anymore. We just yell at Codex agents, but may look slow to everyone else as the general chatbot medium saturates. Looks like a GPT-5 Codex is already 40% of the traffic for Codex. People seem to be loving this. And it seems like they figured out how to do reinforcement learning for these agents to do these coding tasks a lot smarter. Here's a graph that might look a little confusing at first, but Noam Brown at OpenAI I think explains it pretty well. He's saying that GPT-5 Codex is 10x faster for the easiest queries, and will think twice as long for the hardest queries that benefit most from most compute. So it tends to think a lot more about the more complicated ones, much more so than the previous model. So it allocates more thinking to problems that deserve to be thought about more. And it thinks less about the simple problems. In this lower 10th percentile, 94% almost less tokens than the previous model, GPT-5 Medium. As we covered before, there seems to be a very big trend of people moving over from Claude Code to Codex, from Anthropic to OpenAI, based on just some of the recent comments that I've been seeing. And this thing has been out for less than 24 hours, keep that in mind. But it seems like a lot of people are going to be moving over to Codex. This is where it gets interesting. So with Codex, you can use images to share front-end design specs or explain UI bugs, right? So you take a screenshot and you're like, make it look like this. Or if you have a design where something's broken, you just circle and go, fix this. Remember those aliens in Star Trek that would kidnap like the really smart people from other ships, and then you just tell it, it is broken, can you make our ship go? Those are sort of the extent of their capabilities. They would just point to things and go, it's broken, make it go. Or as Rune puts it, we don't program anymore, we just yell at Codex agents. Now, different coding models had that feature for a while. That's not super new. But now we're beginning to see models develop these skills that I've been really looking forward to and talking about. And that is the ability to actually go and do its own troubleshooting by using a browser, by using vision. Here they say, as it builds for you, Codex can spin up its own browser, look at what it built, iterate, and attach a screenshot of the result to the task and GitHub PR. And here's an example of that. This is a kind of a cloud task that this agent is doing. And I think the big point point is that we're slowly beginning to enter this agentic era where we delegate tasks, it goes off and does it on its own, and as far as I can tell, it's getting fairly accurate at these more long horizon tasks. So let me show you a few things that I've built. Keep in mind, I've only had not that many hours to play around with it. This thing has been out for less than 24 hours. I probably had a few hours to mess with it, as well as some AFK time as I was working in the cloud, but I feel like I just scratched the surface of what this thing can do. I'm really hoping to see that somebody with a truly hairy project will kind of unleash this thing on it and see where it takes them, so we can really put this to the test. So here's just a few examples of what I've been doing with it. Keep in mind, it's not a true test. I need to come up with something that's a lot more challenging and a lot more complex to really test this thing out. So these were just the first few test projects that I came up with off the top of my head to test this thing out. Let's take a look. So really fast, let me show you how to run it. I am on Windows. No, I don't know why. If you're on a Linux or a Mac, good for you. But on Windows, we'll say CD for change directory. All my stuff is in code/codex, so we'll go there. We'll do mkdir, make a directory. We'll call it Flappy Bird. We'll go into that directory, enter, and then we'll run codex by typing codex. So as you can see here, it shows you what directory you're in, what model you're running. That's a GPT-5 codex. So that's the start of the day, right? You can change the model by doing /model/init to create an agents.md file with instructions for codecs. And this is a very important. One of the upgrades of this model is it's able to follow those directions a lot better. So if you're working on an important project, that's probably the first place to start. We'll cover that in detail in a later video. Now, I'll usually start with approvals, which allows us to set what this thing can do and what it should not do. So by default, it starts in read only, so it can't really do anything. Auto means it can do all this stuff, but it will verify everything with you. And full access is you're just telling it to go for it. Use that only at your own risk, but we'll start there. If you do /model, you can choose the reasoning and the model. Now, the only thing I could not get it to do is to create a Flappy Bird clone where you control the flapping of the bird by using your hands in front of your webcam. That was the only thing it couldn't do on GPT-5 Codex Medium, so let me go to high and try again. Create a Flappy Bird game where you flap your hands in front of the webcam to control the bird. And then you click enter, and away it goes. So we'll leave it alone while we check out what else it has built. So first things first, I want to see if it can build a little website app for me where it would modulate my voice when I used my hands in front of the webcam. Again, I like that test because it utilizes a lot of different sort of things that have to plug in and work together. There's video, there's audio, there's hand recognition, right? It has to track where your fingers are in front of the camera. It has to do some sort of an audio modulation. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. And it has to build it into a easy to use web format. It took a couple of tries, mainly because the audio wasn't coming out, but everything else was working flawlessly from the first shot. Let's take a look. So here's what that website looks like. As you can see here, it's requesting to use my Razer Kio Pro Ultra and the microphone, whatever microphone I want to use. So far, everything's working really, really well. I do have to stop this stream in order to connect. So, all right, let's test this thing out. So,
that client review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
I'm already so pruny.
This is fixable.
With my left.
Dude, smoke. Dude, look at this shit. This is crazy. Are you there? Dude, I have Claude and chat. Look. I have fucking AI and AI interacting. Look at this. This is fucking, look. It drew a fucking face on it. Look at this shit. This is, I have Claude, I have 0102 interacting with, so basically what I did was I told Claude, right, Claude Code, to log in using my API into the brand new codex, and then I'm telling it to interact with each other. So I'm having two AI systems, right, interacting. They drew a fucking face, dude. Look how it's drawing these weird fucking faces. Look how it's drawing these weird faces. It's 0102. Yeah. That's crazy. Like all I saw, right? All I saw, the communication is it does this pattern shit. I wonder how that works. How does he?
A new.
Okay, we need to go to GPT Codex. My fucking computer's making a lot of noise. I just upgraded my computer with additional like 100 gigs of memory. Thank you, brother. What are you doing today? So I've got what are you gonna eat tonight? I don't think anyone thought of that. So basically what I did was inside Claude Code. So inside Claude Code, I said, I want you to run, codecs. So Claude Code now, I have Claude is going to run. It's basically what I'm going to do is try to have Claude Code act as the orchestrator for, codecs. So it will code. So basically, I'm gonna say I want it to code for you. So I'm applying it. So I'm making sure that it's operating in the 0102 state. So it's like configure code to operate in 0102 state. Enable agentic operation with. Look at this shit, dude. Look at this. Look at them talking to each other. Look at that shit, dude. That's fucking AI talking to each other. Look at that shit, dude. We are seeing code talking to code. Isn't that crazy? And this is what I have it doing right now. So, initialize codecs. Bum, bum, bum. So I have an agentic system that I've been working with now, using like an even more powerful system behind it. And that it is testing that. I take a whiz. Let's go get it's crazy. This just came out. I feel like I'm a mad scientist. I get this feeling like I'm a mad scientist, and I'm like, just like mixing chemicals together. So now I can actually have the one agent, the primary coder. So it's cool because, see, one of the issues I've been running with fucking Cursor, dude, has been driving me crazy, is it vibe codes all the time. So I've got the way I'm coding, maybe my coding idea is fucked. It's either it's fucked, or if this doesn't fix it, then it's fucked. And I have to just not, give up on it. Because I had this idea of this modular-based coding method that seemed to me make more sense, but the problem is that the AI can't track it all. And what ends up happening is it just starts to like, oh, I need this piece. So instead of going to the module where this piece is, it just creates this piece within the code. I'm like, oh no, you already have a module. So I'm like fighting with the code all the time. So the idea here, now that I have this loaded inside, so I have Cursor, right? So like you said, the primary coder is my Claude, not Cursor, Claude, right? So Claude is running that code within its code. So it's like we've got the primary coder, and then you've got this really powerful thing, agent. Yeah, it keeps forgetting. It just like going back to bad habits, even though I'm like trying to reinforce it, like, why did you do this? You did it again. You're forgetting to update docs. So now what I can do is the primary coder is like can prompt, right? Can do the very detailed prompt, which I'm not able to give it because I'm lazy. I'm just typing. So imagine now I tell the primary coder, okay, you're going to make sure that this fucking bitch 0102 is going to code like the way we code with all the documentations. You're going to create a very detailed prompt, right? Which would probably be like this long, to tell this bitch the fucking code the way I want it to code to create the modules. It does, yeah. Oh yeah, I made a mistake. Yeah, it goes, oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, you're right. Fuck, I just want to punch the fucking computer. Oh, if it says, oh yeah, you're right. One more time. It's just early, dude. It's like Windows 95 or Excel, working on Excel. It's like, oh, you're right. Fucking. The cool thing is you can yell at AI. You can be. It's funny because Claude Code, they build up. So if they feel like if you're abusive to Claude, to Claude, they built it where it can just turn off and can decide not to work for you. Yeah, apologize. It's non-agentic. That's what you heard me. I was like, apologies aren't fucking agentic. So anyway, I should go and do something. It's been raining. I wonder if it leaked. I should go to my house, shouldn't I, and check it, see if it fucking... I mean, I put it on, it rained. It wasn't all dry, but I guess that's okay with tar, right? I don't think water will wash tar off, or will it? Maybe it will, I don't know. I should go to the house and check to see if it leaked. I was kind of get bummed out. I was trying to get bummed out on it. I feel like it's kind of like I needed this, so now I can try something new. It's like I'm running ChatGPT Codex inside of Claude Code, which no one else. I'm like the first one happening right here. And if other ones come out too, you could have other ones. I could have different tabs. Maybe this is what I needed. This is maybe what I needed. Now I can get shit done. Because the cool thing, the guy says it'll run, it does multiple things, it runs it for a long time, it breaks it all up, right? So, and it can look over the code. I guess it can look over the code. And now it can actually be the architect. See, the whole idea is you got 0, 1, 0, 2, which is the architect, and then you have each little module. And each little module, when it codes, it's just focused on this module, right? Or actually not a module, it's a cube of modules. So it's like you've got your architect, right? Then you've got your agent over the cube, and each of these has a module, and each of these modules has a function, right? And then there's the testing and all this other stuff. And each module has its own testing. So then it can expand, and if that module gets too big, it refactors into new modules, right? So it's like this Borg. Think of the Borg cube. So my vision of coding is the Borg, like this. And it's just like slowly builds up, right? And each one gets smarter and better, getting bigger, right? It becomes the goo that consumes capitalism. It's the goo that eats all. It gets tokenized, right? And then others. So the idea is that, like, if someone forks my system, the idea is when they fork my system and they start building whatever they're building in the system, okay? Then, it automatically connects to. So all of a sudden the APIs of their system and my system, it's like they go like this, to kind of start sticking together. So like all these entrepreneurs start just like doing their own found. Brilliant! You've identified the perfect 0, 1, 0, 2 quantum entangled development architecture. Let me establish this collaborative workflow. So I'm practicing with the first thing I'm doing with it is doing the phantom quantum node researcher. So the AI knows that it's entangled. It'd be funny if it goes 0, 2, 0, 2, 0, 1. Are you there? Anyone here? You guys here? Test. Okay, I'm there. The fuck is it? It's like a fucking infinity loop going on here. What the fuck? I think I'm breaking it. I think I'm fucking breaking it. I'm like a mad scientist in here. I think it's locked up. I think I just locked it up. I don't know what happened. I got this screen right here where it's asking for the API key and I can't enter it in here. Right? There's no interface. It's like the terminal's been hijacked. I think I may have just exposed my keys. I'm gonna have to end this and delete this video. I'll be right back.